One love we cannot hide in the
Please stand by for a live feed. Please stand by. I'm here having a full-blown conversation. Now I know you can't hear me. So again, good evening and welcome to day 6 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. It is indeed, it has been a phenomenal week. So I want to thank all of you who have made this, your point of duty to be here for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. You guys have been nothing short of amazing. So thank you. And welcome, welcome, and welcome. Now, tonight on night 6, it's Friday night. And since it's Friday night, I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to know that we are doing fundraising tonight. So tonight, I want you to get ready to donate and support the OJLDF, the One Jamaica Legal Fund. All right, so we will talk more about that. But we want you to call a friend right now and support this broadcast. It is 7 p.m. We got our first speaker coming up shortly. But, it's a matter of duty. First and foremost, can you hear me? I think you can, but let's see if you can. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening. If you can hear me, just put something in the chat. Say, Mr. President, I can hear you loud and loud. So let me see if you can hear me. So go ahead and put up something in the chat. Let me know you can hear me. So, all right. Thank you. All right. Somebody say voice. Thank you for this voice. All right. Okay. I got a great voice. I appreciate it. I thank you. I can hear you. All right. I see that. Thank you, guys. Welcome. All right. So you can hear me. I can see you. And we're going to have a phenomenal evening this evening. So welcome, welcome, and welcome. Now, you know what else to do. So let me explain to you how it works. So with YouTube, there is an algorithm. And with this algorithm, whenever you share this broadcast, whenever you share what is being broadcast by sharing and hitting the like button, it propagates the broadcast into other people's stream, and it works well for what we're doing. So this is a great time for you right now to go ahead and share this broadcast. So want to big up everybody out there who is sharing, and thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so like it. So hit that like button and then also hit the share, because that's going to be very, 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 very important. So that share button, as I said, is critical, and it is also important. So once we're looking at the analytics, we will know what's going on, and we want you to just help us get and meet those goals. All right. So it's your night, and it's going to be a wonderful night. As always, being patriotic Jamaicans, we're going to start out our broadcast tonight by doing our national anthem. Will you please join us as we go ahead and do our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, day number 6.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil paths. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you tonight as we open up day 6 of our conference. We pray tonight that you will help us to get a better grasp of the amazing and wonderful future you have for our country. We pray tonight that everyone who speaks, everyone who shares, everyone who contributes will do so for the enrichment of your people. There are many plans in a man's heart, but it is your will that come to pass. May your will be done. May all that is important and beneficial to our future manifest. I pray you will manifest your will, manifest your purpose, so that your people will be blessed. Righteousness indeed exalts a nation, and sin is a reproach to any people. Bless Jamaica, land we love, and may we all be impacted and benefit from tonight's discussion and deliberation, and may the best possible outcome happens and be manifested for your people in the ultimate time frame that you have offered us on this earth as we sojourn. Bless tonight. We tell you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen. Welcome again, and thank you. And we appreciate all of you for being here, whether you're from near and far. We truly appreciate you. On tonight's broadcast, we're going to be challenging some of the very things that we've been talking about for a long time. On tonight's program, we will be addressing two fundamental factors, or two fundamental issues as it affects Jamaica. One of them will be on the issue of agriculture. What are we doing about agriculture in Jamaica? And the second item for discussion tonight will be around the issue of water. And I promise you, tonight will be an amazing program because we do have two great speakers. Our first speaker tonight will be speaking on the issue of agriculture and what is the current state of farming in Jamaica, and how do we face a future with food insecurity on the rise? Is importing food and impacting us and impacting farmers, and how do we grow and benefit in the long run by farming, eating what we grow, and grow what we eat? Are we going to be putting policies in place to deal with GMO and all the other challenges that food and food insecurity is causing in the 21st century? We all know that there are many powers that be that will use food as a weapon. But we here in Jamaica believe that food should be your medicine. Our first speaker tonight will be challenging that conversation. We'll start that conversation and challenging us on some very important issue. Our first speaker tonight is none other than Paul Blake. He is the senior pastor at Grace Community Fellowship in Manchester. He's a justice of the peace, a chaplain, an educator, the general secretary of the PNP Patriots, and a junior spokesman on agriculture and water. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we'd like to bring to the stage none other than Paul. Paul, good evening and welcome to day 6 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm doing well and I'm giving God thanks. I'm hoping you're hearing me well.
Yes, we are truly excited and very interested to hear what you have to teach us on the issue as it relates to agriculture and the challenges that our country faces. So, Paul, without any further ado, I will turn over to you and have you do our presentation tonight. Thank you so much again for taking the time to join us here on our broadcast.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Well, I state it as a privilege and a great opportunity to share some overview and the challenges that the agriculture sector is facing in Jamaica. First, I must say that I am concerned. I am deeply concerned of the high staff turnover within the ministry. In fact, the high staff turnover is emerging at bogus and is the same for ministers of agriculture. We have had so many ministers of agriculture. We don't know, we can't count how many ministers have been in the past 8 years. And also, when a minister go, you also have a change of staff at RADA. So in past 5 years, there have been so many CEOs that have been changed at RADA. And so I wonder why the ministry is so unsettled and what is the purpose of it. And I have gotten concerned or calls from staff to say that the ministry is toxic and there is a low moral at the ministry in different sectors and different agencies and different departments of the ministry. And it has never been so under the People's National Party because the PNP puts people first. And so that is one of the major concerns so far, is the high staff turnover within the ministry. There are so many people leaving, so many people coming in, and it does not spell well for the future of agriculture. But I want to also discuss vital, because when we look at it, agriculture is the backbone of our nation's economy. And agriculture not only feeds our people, but it provides employment and contributes significantly to our GDP. It is the bedrock of our rural communities and a critical component for our nation's identity. And so agriculture in Jamaica is more than just an industry. It is a way of life that connects us to our land and our heritage. However, our farmers and farms have faced numerous challenges that threaten their livelihood and by extension, our food security. And so agriculture, again, is a cornerstone of our national economy, contributing approximately 7.5% of Jamaica's GDP. It is responsible for 18% of our overall export and employs nearly 15.9% of our workforce. And this is according to 2019 report, report. These numbers underscore a significant of how significant the sector is. It's not just the economic term, but it is a role in providing livelihoods for countless Jamaicans. From the lush hills of the Blue Mountain, where our world-renowned coffee is grown, to the fertile plains of St. Elizabeth, agriculture is integral to our landscape and to our livelihood and to our lives. And so what are some of the challenges that we're facing? One of the most pressing issues is the lack of access to water. And so many rural farms do not have the necessary water resource to sustain their crop. And so this leads to reduced yields and increased vulnerability during droughts. The basic necessity is fundamental for many farming activity, and its absence hampers agricultural productivity. In a country like Jamaica, where rainfall can be erratic and the climate change increase unpredictably, and so ensuring a reliable water supply for our farmers is crucial. So we must invest in irrigation infrastructure, rainfall harvest system, and other innovative solutions to ensure that every farm has water it needs to strive. And a solution that, as a party, we are putting forward is that we can have solar-powered irrigation system, so you don't have to depend on JPS to provide current, because some majority of the farms in Jamaica are in remote locations. And one of the other challenges that many farmers will tell you that they're faced with is predatory larceny. It is a significant problem. And despite most this discussion about reviewing of the law, the current measures that are there now, and what the Minister of Agriculture has hinted to, it is not sufficient to deter thieves. And so this leaves many farmers struggling in silence as their livelihoods are jeopardized by theft. I got a call this week from a farmer who was crying, a big man crying. He lost over 500,000 worth of crop because of theft. And while he left the farm to go home and to go back the next morning to harvest and to meet the demands of a market that he has, when he went there, everything was gone. All of his investment was gone. And this is an area that the ministers always talk about, to put in wardens that will help to mitigate against predatory larceny. And up to now, that area, the Bernard Lodge area, has not seen any wardens there to help. And so financial loss, it can do emotional blow to farmers who invest their time, their energy, their resources into their crops and livestock, and the sense of vulnerability and helplessness it creates cannot be overstated. Our farmers deserve protection and they deserve support. So what are some of the solutions to deal with some of these issues? So to address these issues, I propose several low-cost, impactful measures. First, community watch groups. And so we could establish community watch groups across the island comprising farmers from the same areas. And so these groups can be linked through WhatsApp and other systems to provide real-time information and reports on suspicious activities. And so this network will enhance surveillance and to deter potential thieves And by fostering a sense of community and mutual respect, we can create a safer environment for our farmers. These groups can also serve as a platform to sharing best practices, organizing cooperative efforts, and building stronger social bond within farming communities. Secondly, retraining police. Retrain police officers, especially those dealing directly with farm tests, to ensure that they're well equipped to handle these cases. Reinforcing the use of receipt books system is crucial. Farmers and buyers should understand that they cannot pass a checkpoint without producing a receipt from the farm purchased from the JAS. You can get that at all the offices island-wide. And so this system not only helps to trace the origin of produce, but it also insists a sense of accountability amongst our buyers and our sellers. So regular training sessions and workshops for police officers can ensure that they're up to date with the latest practices and technologies in combating farm theft. Storage and post-harvest handling is also crucial. Addressing the significant post-harvest loss due to inadequate storage facility. Currently, the Agricultural Market Corporation, AMC, has only one operational cooling system. The senior spokesperson, Dr. Dayton Campbell, and I, we visited the AMC a couple months ago, and we weren't satisfied with what we saw. And it shows that this government does not care about agriculture. It shows that this government takes the agricultural sector as a big joke. And so we have to improve storage infrastructure, and this will help to reduce losses and to increase farmers' profit. And so post-harvest loss represents a significant economic drain and a waste of valuable resources. So by investing in modern storage, we can help farmers preserve the quality and the quantity of their produce, ensuring they get fair return for their hard work. Additionally, it also helps us to educate farmers, and best practices in post-harvest handling can further reduce loss and improve overall quality. We also see, friends, impact of policy shifts. The removal of the general consumption tax on imported raw foods was a slap in the face for farmers. This policy has harmed the local farmers, who now fear that cheaper imported produce will undermine their sale. This shift threatens to put many farmers out of business, leading to increased prices for imported goods in the long run due to the free market dynamics. So one farmer who supplies a big supermarket here in Manchester, he says every time he goes from this policy came in, if the store does this, wholesale doesn't want to take its produce anymore, because when persons come in and they see the imported produce at a cheaper cost, and they see the local produce at a higher cost because of the input that you have to put in to get it, the labor that you have to pay for, and the water that they have to pay for, because inadequate water again, so they have to chop water to their farm. So they have to put all of those costs together to really add value to their produce. And the supermarkets don't want to take his produce anymore because they are losing. So this removal of the GCT is a slap in the face of the local farmers, and farmers are fearful that they won't be able to make a living from their farm anymore. And so while the intention of this policy, as what the Minister of Finance said was to meet some demands and so on. The execution has not been desirable. Nobody liked it. And we need to strike a balance between making food affordable and supporting our local farmers. One of the major issues that we have outside of climate change is the labor shortage. This is a critical issue affecting our farmers. And so agriculture is labor intensive, and without adequate manpower, productivity suffers. And so we need to make farming an attractive career option for the younger generation by offering training programs, financial incentives, and showcasing successful youth farmers as role models. And what we see currently with this administration, right now, farmers are saying that they need manpower, they need persons to come and work, and they can't find anybody in the workforce that will want to work. And this government has not done anything to mitigate against that. And what we are saying is that invest in the younger generation, give them some incentives, and we need to showcase youth farmers who are doing well and make them become role model. And even when we think about that, despite efforts to upgrade livestock, there are numerous complaints about animals being loose on the roads, causing accidents, some of which are fatal. And the government needs to consider establishing animal pounds in every parish and certify managers to manage those livestock better and to prevent the sale of stolen animals. And so proper management of livestock is essential for both animal welfare and public safety. And within all of this, we need to ensure food security. And food security is a growing concern here in Jamaica. In fact, I will say without contradiction that Jamaica is food insecure. And the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, has noted that our region is still fairly food insecure, with 54% of Jamaica's population suffering from moderate food insecurity. And this is a staggering statistics that highlight the urgency of the situation. We cannot afford to be complacent. While the removal of GCT has not achieved the desired effect, instead we should focus on supporting local farmers and reduce our dependency on import. By producing local agriculture, we can ensure a steady supply of fresh, nutritious food and create jobs in rural areas. I want to read statistics of the import over the past 2 years. And this is the trade data for 2023. 2022 was the record year for the value of imported food, standing at US 1.4 billion. Last year, we saw the second highest, that is 2023, at 1.3 billion. And I wonder what the Minister of Agriculture will tell his counterparts when he visits the next CARICOM meeting, because CARICOM is discussing Progress 25 in 25. And this initiative is a strategy to reduce the value of import by 25% in the year 2025. Well, the Minister of Agriculture has more time of just going around and taking pictures, but he's failing this area. We are importing more produce while our major export produce are suffering. Yam is on the decline, Coffee is on the decline. Cocoa is on the decline. We are not doing well in our major import, in our major export, but we are record import into our country. And this is a slap in the face of local farmers. One of the other things that we saw, and I will give, for example, Manchester. Manchester has registered with RADA 33,000 farmers in Manchester, registered with RADA. RADA has an extension areas of 33. So there are 33 extension areas in Manchester for RADA, but there are only 16 extension officers. There has been a reduction in extension officers in the ministry, and the farmer suffers because of this. One extension officer served up to an average 4,000 farmers. And that extension officer serves a wide extension area. And so you'll have an extension area like Malgully, and Malgully covers a large farming community. And it will take an extension officer probably a week to visit 10 farmers in that area for him to represent them well and to do technical support well. If it's just touch and go, then you probably can see more than that. But if he's supposed to stay and give best practices and technical support, then he can't. One extension officer says he serves 4,123, if memory serves me right, but 4,000 and change. And he says when drums or black tanks are given out, he gets only 5. For 4,000 plus farmers, he gets only 5 black tanks. And I asked him how does he determine, how he determines who get those black tanks. And he said, well, I have to play deep in many more because you only get 5. And if he doesn't get 5 one time, at one instance he got 3, and at the next instance he got 2. And it means that we need to upgrade our workforce, getting more persons within the sector. It means that we need to invest in agriculture. The Jamaica 4-H clubs is there that will teach young persons about agriculture and to get them interested about agriculture. But this government is trying to turn 4-H into a charitable organization because they don't want to give support to a youth organization that will help the agriculture sector in the future, so that Jamaica is not food insecure, but that we are food secure. But what are our vision as the People's National Party when we reclaim government for agriculture? And our vision, we are committed to revitalizing the agriculture sector through our SMART approach. And this is an acronym: Sustainable Management of Agriculture via Research and Technology. And so we look at sustainability. And sustainability, we look at it efficiently harnessing our limited arable lands and water resources to increase domestic food crop and livestock production. We will implement innovation practices to reduce erosion, mitigate runoff, and to ensure responsible use of pesticides and fertilizer. By adopting sustainable farming method, we can protect our environment while increasing agricultural productivity. This includes promoting organic farming, conservation agriculture, and agroforestry practices that enhance soil health and biodiversity. Management. We will train personnel at all levels to meet the increased needs for productivity and competitiveness. We will develop specific training program focus on climate practice smart practices rather, and productivity improvement, effective management is crucial for the success of any sector, and agriculture is no exception. We will focus on capacity building, leadership development, and strategic planning to ensure that our agricultural sector is well managed and poised for growth. Agriculture will focus on efficient production to ensure food security. We will improve irrigation and extension services. We will address predator larceny and enhance storage and post-harvest handling. Preserving arable lands and improving farm roads will also be prioritized. Our goal is to make Jamaican agriculture more resilient, productive, and competitive. By investing in our modern agriculture practices and infrastructure, we will achieve this. Research. We will increase research in livestock and crop production to provide farmers with high quality input at reduced cost. An integration approach involving government research agency and private entities will drive this effort. Research and innovation are the cornerstone of agricultural development. By fostering collaboration between research institutions, universities, and the private sector, we can drive innovation and bring new technology and practice to our farm. Technology. Embracing suitable technologies such as drone, hydroponic system, precision application of pesticides and fertilizers to reduce input costs and to maximize yield. Technology has the potential to revolutionize agriculture, and by leveraging modern technology, we can improve efficiency, reduce waste, and increase productivity. This will not only benefit our farmers, but also contribute to our national food security and our economic growth. These are the policies, direction that we're taking. It's a smart policy direction, and we're saying it is the sustainable management of agriculture via research and technology. And when we look at all of this, one of the big factors that we must look at is youth. The average age for farmers are 45, and young people are not interested in going into farming because a government is there right now that is not interested in engaging youth in farming. And this is one of the steps that we are going to take, is having youths at the table, having them, giving them the incentive and the access to lands, and giving them the training. And so, in conclusion, the challenges faced by our farmers are significant, but with the right policy and support, we can overcome them. Our vision is to create a sustainable, productive, and resilient agriculture sector, not only feed our nation, but also drive economic growth. Together, we can work towards a bright future for all Jamaican agriculture. Our farmers have stood to the test. They are resilient. And I must use this platform to say that I am proud of every Jamaican farmer that with all the challenges and with all the situation that they face, that they remain resolute. And it is going to be a time when they will have a government that cares for them, and the People's National Party will be that government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Paul, before I bring in the rest of the panelists, let me ask you a question. A lot of people said that the PMP does full attack. All I'm going to do is complain against the Jamaica Labour Party, and you guys have had opportunities before. You guys did nothing for farmers, and all you guys are doing is just same thing that every politician do. Come out and talk a good game. What would you say to people who are critical about the position that your party takes?
Well, I think criticism is some are constructive and some are just words that we roll off because the PNP has always been a government that put agriculture at the forefront. It is the People's National Party that has always stands for the farmers. When we talk about agriculture minister like Roger Clark, who is still a champion, even though because his legacies are still living on. We have been on the road with meeting with farmers, so we're not just talking because of we're critical. We're championing the voice of our farmers because these are what they're saying. These are the challenges that they're having, and there is no policy that is there now to support them. And that's what they need. They need the support. And any farmers you ask across Jamaica will tell you.
All right, interesting. All right, I have a few questions here, and then our panelists are coming in. Do young people want to farm these days? With 11% of Jamaica is arable land, what policy do you guys think would get more young people interested in farming, beside the fact that they have to go wear dirty clothes, they have to go con up them on, and if it's sun up in the sun or work in the sun all day? What incentives are there to get young people into farming, and in this case agriculture, not necessarily livestock farming, but in field work? What policies are there, incentives you think are there to encourage people to get into farming when we're moving in a more professional society?
I mean, young people, they really want to get into farming. There are a lot of youths who are interested, and there are those who are trying with agriculture. One of the things that they have that they need is support. Some youths, they don't have access to the lands. They don't have the financial support. The PC Bank, which is a bank that was created to help in granting loans for farmers, they're closing one by one. And the commercial banks don't want to give that sort of a resource. So if we look at policies that will give youth financial incentives and also give them access to land, and we're not just talking about the agro parks. And I will challenge the minister to tell us how many percentage of the agro parks are taken up by youths, because the agro parks are outside of living areas. So persons can't walk to go to some of these agro parks. So they're not taking up that policy on where the agro parks, 20% of it would be given to young people. But we're talking about the rural areas, these government lands in these rural areas that are idle. One other thing is that we also focus on is that agriculture is not just about dirty clothes. We're talking about technologies now, and there's a young lady in Manchester who all of her agriculture endeavor has to do with technology. And so her drip irrigation is controlled from her phone, fertilizer is controlled from her phone, technology and all of that. And she does that from the comfort of her office while doing another job.
All right, last question before our panelists. Are there loans from RADA that can help farmers get started? So let's say someone is listening this, and of course, your example of that young lady that is employing technology. I heard you mention using drones, and even though those are, wonderful ideas, it might be out of reach for some small farmers, especially when they don't get what they deserve in terms of the price point that they're selling to hotels or to bigger distributors and all of that. But when it comes on to RADA, I want you to kind of tie all that together. And RADA, what is RADA doing for people? And are there loans that the government currently have? And are there proposed ideas to get people started and incentivized to farm?
Well, not that I am aware of about the loans. What RADA will tell you now is that they're only there to give technical support. So any RADA extension officer you speak to, they will say that they're only there to give technical support. When you read the RADA Act, and I'm going from memory now, I'm not so good at memory, but when you read the RADA Act, one of the things that it's supposed to do is to provide marketing, to help farmers to find market. When you talk to RADA extension officers now, they're saying that they are just there for technical support. So farmers really have to get the support on their own. And one of the challenges thing, and this is what some farmers told me up in Spanish Town Hill in Cregan when I went there to visit in December. They said that some RADA extension officers will go around with supporters of the different political party and point out those who are color, whether their color is, match the governing party or the color is opposite. And that's how certain support are given.
All right, interesting. All right, thank you for your presentation. We're going to bring in the panelists. First, we're going to bring in Mr. Vumbava, the great Jeffrey Tavares. Jeffrey.
Good evening, Sir Paul.
Good evening, sir.
How are you doing, man? I haven't seen or hear from you in a long while. It seems that the only time I can get to see you people is it on TV or something like this.
I'm not too bad. I'm giving time.
Yeah, man. Great presentation. If you should become, if the People's National Party should gain state power, when that gentleman put on his green clocks and call the election, and you should become Minister of Agriculture, what would you do for the breadbasket parish of St. Elizabeth? They're having serious drought problem down there. Year in, year out is the same thing. Whether the paint being power or the jail being power is the same thing. What would you do as a young man? What would you do to uplift the breadbasket parish of St. Elizabeth? Dr. Francis, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Well, so one of the things that we spoke about, and I'm happy that you got in St. Elizabeth, because that's where both Minister of Agriculture now are members of Parliament, actually borders constituency. And one of the challenges that a lot of farmers there have is that they have to be buying water to get access to their land. So one of the things that I spoke about was investing in drip irrigation and rainwater harvesting. We're not doing much for rainwater harvesting, and we collect proper channels to collect those, and then we can so farm areas can build. Either we build underground storage that it goes there, and then you use pump to get it back, or we build tanks that. But rainwater harvesting is one, and we find the water source, whether we dig wells and all of those, and so we put in those drip irrigation system that we do, and as well as I would also research it more.
Thank you. Dr. Rupert.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. Vumbo, Jeffrey. Glad to see you guys, Mr. President and Paul. Good to have you on. My concern, we are talking about, I listened to you intently, the young people. But there's another factor that we have to take into consideration, is that from the reports, most of the food used being eaten by the hotels and the country is being imported.
Right.
We're importing chicken back. We're importing everything. I mean, those chicken, and we know what they do with these chickens. So it cannot be for a healthy population. But don't you think that it would be, what would you do to make sure, if you were government, that we reduce the importation of these things, encourage, what you would call it, more production in our country, because we have wide spaces. We can grow a lot of chickens. And certainly St. Elizabeth is on top of bringing in seasonings and other products, many other products. We see vast landscapes out there. Isn't that more reduce the importation, keep more money in our coffers, and certainly among the hotels, they must take a certain amount. I remember in the past that they had to take a certain amount of products from our local people once they're up to par. Okay, so and if RADA is not working, then we have to find some alternative as to make it work. And one more point I'm asking, and it's a multifaceted point, that the young people, especially those who in those areas like in Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth and all that, who are going on very badly now, as we know, how do we get them involved so that they don't necessarily have to use the gun instead of the knife, the pickaxe and the fork? How would we do it?
Right. So one of the so let's talk about the produce. As you said, most of what the hotels and the wholesales and the supermarkets rather are using are imported produce. And one of the major issue when you talk to most of the persons who are the buyers or the farmers, the buyers rather, is that the farmers need more land space. They need more lands to produce at a high to produce more, right? And so to drive up productivity. One of the challenges that we're also having is that majority of our fertile lands are now being used to build in houses. And so those lands that the house should be built on, like the rocky place and all of those, you have farmers who have to find a little spot in those. The other thing that farmers need is also machine. If we invest in machines and get them machines that will, or equipments rather, that will help them in the farm, not just having a cutlass, not just having a hoe, not just having a fork, but having heavy duty machines. And one of the things that we need to do is to look at the infrastructure of farm roads, because if we have good farm roads, what we'll have is that machines can get to these farms, equipment can get to these farms to help them to plow the land. You have the harvester, you have the different equipments that could help them. The other question in terms of young people in the rural areas, how do we get them engaged? When a young person turns on their TV, the ministry that they probably hear about the most and attractive is tourism. And if we get agriculture as attractive and put agriculture out there attractive, then young people would want to be in it. The pandemic shows us in 2020 that we could not depend on tourism. And we have put all our energy, post-pandemic, we have put all our energy back into tourism. And then farmers are suffering. The import again, in 2022, the import bill was 1.4 billion, the highest. And in last year, the import bill was 1.3, when the CARICOM is trying to reduce 25% in 2025. So if we drive our export up and all of that, then you will have a more attractive agriculture that young people will want to be a part of.
Thank you so much. Will, what's your a comment or question for Paul?
Paul, welcome to the People's Conference, and thank you
for
for
having
taking
me, sir.
time out of your busy schedule to be with us. Now, a couple of things. I'm looking at the latest, or statistics, I believe it to be the latest statistics coming out of Static. And here's what it says about farming and farmers. It says, one second, just missed it. Okay, it says the number of employed persons in the occupation group, quote, skilled agricultural and fishery workers, end of quote, was 175,300, a decrease of 13,000 persons, amounting to 6.9%. I looked at the stats before this, and there was a decrease as well. Now, you've been asked the question, how do you get people attracted to farming? You have to give me a little bit more than that, than when you tell me about, the advertisement and tourism and all that stuff, because you're looking at a decrease between this statistical period and the period before that, looking at a decrease of 13,000 people. How you give me the concrete plans to bring these people back into the fold?
Well, and I'm happy that because I was trying to find more of that statistic, with so many things pulling. But I'm happy that you put it in that context, right? And one of the things to attract more people, especially young people, and urban dwellers, we need to transform the perception and the reality of agriculture into an appealing and viable and respected career choice. And so here are some of the things that I think would work, right? Is education and awareness. So incorporating agriculture into not just at the high school level in terms of school curriculum, but at the primary school level. You have farm visits, practical experiences, so organized trips to farms. And I remember when I was in high school, well, I did agricultural science in high school. But one of the things that fascinated me about agriculture, I was just doing agricultural science. If I can be, what's the word? if I can confess, I was just doing agricultural science because I never wanted to do the other technical subjects. But what really got me interested was when I started visiting these farms, and I saw the cows, I saw being produced in such a way. I was like, wow, I really would do this. And then another thing, as we grow and improve as a country, is again the modernization and technology. And if we introduce smart farming technologies, again, like drones and machinery and data analytics in farming, to show that agriculture can be technologically advanced, and again, access to information. One of the things that a lot of farmers say is that they don't even know, so some of the farmers don't even know the best practices, and they want to know, what crop should I plant? How should I plant it? How often should I rotate? And all of these. And again, our extension officer is serving 4,000 people. And so some farmers don't get touched from an extension officer. Financial incentive and support are some key things that we can use to attract persons. So we can have subsidized and grant, so we can offer financial support for startup costs, machinery, seeds, and other essential resources to make farming more accessible, and that the risks will become less, and then you'll have low interest loans, So to credit, so you can provide what we call easy access credit with low interest for young farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs. And then we can talk about career and development opportunities. It's not just about plowing the land. What about after the value added to food? And if we have young people who say, well, it can be a part of this. You don't have to be in the field per se, but so you can limit the wastage by turning it into value added stuff. For example, a tomato that is not suitable to go to the market can be used as a value added product to make tomato paste or to make ketchup and all of those. So there are diverse opportunities. And so what we could do is create and offer training and internship and mentorship opportunities with experienced farmers and farms and agricultural experts that will help young persons to want to go into the field. And then we can talk about community and social initiatives. And when we think about community initiative, so we can have farm projects where people can work and benefit from agricultural activities. And we can also come out of the rural area and look at the urban area, and also look at urban farming and gardening. And we can promote through community gardens, rooftop farming, balcony farming, vertical farming projects, to encourage the population to even be a part. So the way agriculture is now, you don't just have to be in the rural area that you can do. You can be in the urban area, you set up your hydroponics in your backyard and all of that.
President, give me a,
Go ahead.
you can give me a second bite at that here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Paul, here's the thing. I'm gonna read you something, right? And I want you to tell me how we're gonna do it, because the things that you've mentioned, they have been mentioned before. Let me take you back to 2016. 2016, the GLP, in its manifesto, said that it was going to revive the cocoa and coffee industries. I don't know if that's been done. When you get ready to answer the question I'm going to ask, then you can let me know if that's been done. They said they're going to upgrade fresh food markets, like Coronation Market, where you have the raw sewage coming up. They said in 2016 they're going to cure that problem. That we know that didn't happen. They said they were going to establish economic zones so that local produce can compete with foreign produce. We know that's not true. They said they were going to do a comprehensive strategy against predial larceny, and you spoke about that. This is 2016, right? To the best of my knowledge, most, if not all of these things, none of them have been done. Then in 2020, they said they're going to, just as you mentioned a while ago, provide economic support. They're going to provide money. They're going to provide equipment. And by the way, let's not forget, in 2016, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade traveled to Morocco, where there was a deal where Jamaica would provide would provide a vote. At least that's the way it appears in the Moroccan newspaper, and that Morocco would provide Jamaica with fertilizer and information regarding agrotechnology, something you just mentioned. Then in 2017, the Prime Minister traveled to Israel, and he came back and said, well, part of that trip was to get, the Israelis technology on Israeli technology for agriculture. So we don't see any of that happening. Then in 2020, they talked about promote large-scale farming, which you mentioned. They went back to predial larceny, right, and said they were going to toughen the Agriculture Produce Act. They were going to increase fine, restitution. They were going to use drones. You just mentioned that too. And they were going to have something called a police farmers group. Then they also talk about rural agriculture development. You mentioned it, access to loans, expansion of agro parks, and that they were going to ensure farmers have water. I see Carlin mentioned it in the chat too. They would irrigate and provide water for farming, right? One of the things I'll leave later on for the task is about fertilizer. I'll leave that. Here's a question I'm going to ask you now. They said all of these things in 2016 and 2020. Here we are in 2024. You're now saying all of these things. None of these things have not been done. It's going to take international cooperation, and it's going to take money to attract these people. Where are you going to get the money from, Paul?
that's something that the party would have to answer. I don't want to come on spot up with the party and say, oh, we get the money from here or here. But it definitely would be a government and private sector coming together.
Sorry to interrupt you, but here's the thing. If you go out and you promise people all of these things, you know, you can't come back and tell them, well, it's up to the party for give me the money and never give me the money. That won't cut it. That won't cut it, Paul.
Again, it's not in terms of we're crafting our policy, and we're looking at it. And I did share what the policy of the party going forward is, and all of that. And I know what it feels like to go and make what you call it and say, all right, this is where we're getting the money from, and all of that. It's not a conversation that I had with party leadership that I want to make that promise.
If I may, Mr. President. Yes. Paul, I see where they have some loans for starter farmers in Jamaica. MSME recovery loan of up to 10 million at 5%. For 8 years loan up to 30 million at 8.25%. Development Bank of Jamaica loan of $830 million at 2%. The question for you, if all of this is being done by either rather the Ministry of Agriculture, will you, if you become the new Minister of Agriculture, will you encourage younger Jamaicans to go into farming and take out these loans?
And you said that is, I repeat, I never hear the name of the loan.
You have MSME recovery loan of up to 10 million at 5% for 8 years. Loan up to 30 million at 8.2%.
And the question is if I would encourage young people
yes, to take these loans. To take out these loans and to go into farming?
I would definitely encourage young people to go into farming.
So, were you aware of these loans?
No. No. So I wasn't aware of those loans. That's why I asked you to repeat the names of it.
So the question to you, now you're aware of it. Will you encourage younger Jamaicans who on the roadside digging out their hand to go into farming?
With these loans?
Yes. If you become the Minister of Agriculture?
No.
Why?
Because we're talking about loans. Are those loans? What are the requirements? So that's one that I would to, because loan you have to put up collateral and all of that. We're talking about persons who are on the street, who don't have the backup, they don't have guarantors, they don't have land, they don't have anything. So what will they use as their collateral? I hope I'm saying that word right. The collateral that they have, right? If agriculture again, we're talking about, we're dealing with predator harassment, we're dealing with all of these factors, climate change, we're dealing with all of that. What are the policies that are in place that will help to protect these first-time farmers? And I'm assuming that they're first-time farmers because encouraging them to go in there. What are the policies that we'll put in place to protect them or to ensure against such loss and all of those? What I would, however, do are even encourage the person who becomes the Minister of Agriculture is that we put policies in place that we incentivize and we subsidize and give grants to new farmers, the farmers who are coming in, to encourage them to be a part of it.
But can the government afford, if we go in at this time and what is going on now? You all take over tomorrow morning. You all have to do some big forensic audit in all the administrations, in all the ministries. How you know that you all can give grants to what is going on now? $1.7 trillion in account before $700 billion. The Ministry of Health can't tell the people of Jamaica where we're going to. So how is it that if you get in, you're going to give grants? Where the money going to come from? If so much money gone down the drain already?
Again, it takes a collective effort, and it's getting partnerships with private sectors, with different partners. And we have to be serious about agriculture. We have to, because agriculture has the opportunity of contributing more to the economic development of the country. And so we get partners to partner with us. And I see somebody go for me, but Dr. Campbell would say we are not the same. So we get partners, and the PNP has been regarded on the international scene. We have good partners internationally, regionally, and we have a better credibility than this government in dealing with things like these. And so it will take partnership, for say, off the hand, but in investing in agriculture is investing in the future of Jamaica.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. We have come to the end of this section. But real quick, though, someone in the chat mentioned marijuana or ganja.
Sensimilla.
Yes. I'm a herbalist, and I support the free and unrestricted use of herb in all manner. Just a disclosure. I support. I'm gonna put my face up to it, and I can't. I'm gonna crap it out and take a screenshot of the president. I support the free use, unrestricted use of herb in all manner that is beneficial. All right. Now, as it relates to marijuana, it was recently reported that we were importing herb from Canada. If you have an opportunity to influence farming, would that be something you guys would cut down on some of the red tape? Because when Rastaman used to tell us a ganja good, you and the uptown people them and the church people them call them dirty dread, workless boy, dig out and miggle like what Jeffrey just said a while ago, workless and all of that. But now it is a multi-billion-dollar industry and on track to become $1 trillion business. Now, we Jamaicans who have been the ganja capital of the world are the people who promoted it for many years, especially within the culture. What role would you play in terms of helping to reduce red tape and get the poorer people to have a seat at the table and also to benefit from it to create generational wealth, especially along the line of medicinal marijuana? and then you can wrap up with your final thoughts because we have to move to another segment.
Well, I want to be very careful when I answer this because of my role as a senior pastor. But the it was the comrade leader who championed the bill for legalizing marijuana.
And when you say comrade leader, I don't understand what you mean. Speak to normal
sorry.
people like me. Sound like you're saying something political.
Mark Golding was the one who championed the legalization of marijuana, and he has always said that we need to get rid of these red tapes. And what I can tell you is that most of these marijuana farms that are in Jamaica is owned by non-Jamaicans. Again, Canadians and all of that. The ones that are owned by Jamaicans are, majority of them are locked up. Majority of them are not in operation. In fact, I drive past one every day. And when it started, it was blooming for probably a year. And then after it was shut down, and then I heard persons talking about it shutting down. And one of the problems that they're having is all of these red tapes. And so outside investors and persons are more welcome to the industry. And I think if we make it our own by Jamaican, it's a Jamaican product going out, it's exclusively Jamaican, then that will bloom the economy here in Jamaica. And so definitely would move all red tapes around.
But I have a question, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask one question. How is it possible? How is it possible that we grow the best weed in the world, the best coffee, we have the best runners, and all that sort of, and we allow people to come outside of Jamaica and capture the Jamaican market? What is wrong with us? Something is wrong. I am not a ganja smoker. I can't smoke it. I will laugh my head off if I do. But the point I am making is this, and I don't profess to be not. The fact that it's the weed that grows, and we have many other herbal weeds in the country. It's a damn shame, downright shame, for we to go somewhere else and then the big man take it over when the small man started it. It is wrong, it is inappropriate, and you need Paul to go tell somebody, so they must do something about this. Otherwise, it's colloquial language. All right.
Otherwise, it's gonna be a bam bam.
All right, Paul. Paul, thank you so much. I did get some questions from Herb, as it and no pun intended when I say I got some questions from Herb. His question was around the issue of agricultural development, import, diversification, food shortage and preservation, support for small-scale farmers, food distribution and logistics, and all of that. I think you cover most of those, including climate change and climate resilience. But Paul, thank you so much, Paul Blake. One of the person, Dr. Ben, they were asking, and Sean was asking, are you related to the original Paul Blake? They say you almost look like it. Are you related to Paul Blake?
Well, my father is Paul Blake, but it's not that Paul Blake. But no, I get that question every day. No.
All right, my brother. Final words as we close out day 6 of our Global Diaspora Conference.
Yes, as I close out, as I said, agriculture has is critical to our economic development. It's critical to our food security. And we have to support our local farmers and put policies in place that will protect our farmers, that Jamaica can become food secure. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Paul, and thank you so much for coming and being part of day 6 of the Global Diaspora Conference. We appreciate you and wish you all the best on your future endeavors, and I hope you make farming great again in Jamaica.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for continuing to join us on day 6 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. This is your opportunity to participate, and we encourage you to go ahead and start sharing the link, sharing the like, and sending it out to someone. I told you before, it is important that you click the like button. Not only share it, but click the like button. When you do so, it allows Google or YouTube algorithm to push our stream at the top of people's feed. So please, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and like and share. Now, coming up in the program, first of all, let me say condolences to one of our moderator in the chat, to OT. OT, on behalf of Will and the entire team, would like to wish you condolences on the loss of your father. And we just want to say we are so sorry that you lost your father, and our heart and our thoughts are with you. So stay strong. And I ask everyone in the chat just to remember OT in your prayers as his family is dealing with this loss. Thank you. Now, when we started talking about going to Washington, we put together a group of volunteers. We asked you guys, and by the way, we did update the website. So those of you who are saying that the website has not been updated, if you go there right now, yes, we took on the DC trip. Yes, we did. So we reached out to you, our great patriots, and we say to you, sign up to volunteer. And nearly last check, it was, you know, a very good amount, nearly 100 of you who signed up, and we're still accepting volunteers. But we have put together a phenomenal group of volunteers who have done a remarkable job in terms of helping to coordinate the Washington trip. So on behalf of all the executives of the OJLDF executive staff who are all volunteer group, I just want to say a big thank you. So just want to say a big thank you to all of you who are volunteering in the executive group, because you guys are making a difference. Now, they received an assignment because when Wilfred was putting together this conference, he started looking at the challenges Jamaica was facing. And as a man of vision, he said, listen, we want the grassroots people to play a part in these solutions, because obviously the politicians have failed us for many years. Why not let the people, as he dubbed this, the People's Conference, why not let the people find solutions and come up with ideas and share things that will grow and impact what is happening in Jamaica? No, the people stood up, they stepped up, and tonight we're bringing on one such person representing the group. It's so happy that I know her, and you know, I feel good because I always like seeing her. And I would like to welcome one of the volunteers of the OJLDF, Dr. Nashika Jackson. And she tonight is going to come on and do a brief presentation on Jamaica's rivers and aquifer. And I promise you, you're going to learn something you didn't know about Jamaica and our water situation. And then after she's finished, we'll have our second guest speaker coming out to lay out policies and procedures for water and the future of water security. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, Dr. Nashika Ogilvie. Nashika, welcome back to the stage again. How do you feel making your presentation, and any kudos you'd like to give to your team before you start your presentation?
Absolutely. I just want to share that this was a group effort. I was able to, I'm just the presenter, but the information was collected by members of the group. I did have one particular small area that I did. So I'm just the voice of the group tonight. And again, condolences to OT on the loss of your dad.
And if you have a presentation, just go ahead. We will make sure that we have that ready for you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. The floor is yours.
Okay. So are you able to see my slide?
If you hit present, we should see it.
I
shortly.
did.
All right, not yet. Not yet.
Okay, share screen.
All right. Tech. Oh,
Okay.
here we go. We see it. We see it. All
Okay.
right.
Brilliant.
Live
All right.
tech, ladies and gentlemen. Live tech. Live tech. Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, so our presentation is on Jamaica's rivers and aquifers. First, I want to talk about WASH. And WASH stands for Clean Water, Sanitation, and Hygiene. And it's one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which was developed by the United Nations in 2015. And it's to identify the importance of linking good health with having good water, sanitation, and hygiene. It is estimated that 32% of the world's population lacks access to this basic sanitation. Jamaica itself does fall in that category with having access, 100% access to WASH. As you know, if there's not water, sanitation, and hygiene, there's a high burden of diseases, and it usually affects children in the way of diarrheal disease. So, does Jamaica have enough water? According to the National Water Commission, they satisfy 78% of water needs in Jamaica. Approximately 95% of the urban population have access to water, while about 75% of the rural population have obtained access. And notice I said obtain access. And this was from a study conducted in 2020. It is noted, however, that Jamaica has enough water to sustain the island for decades. However, distribution, pollutant, and access has placed the country in the world's top countries with water scarcity. So, brief overview, Jamaica has 120 rivers, and no, I am not going to go over 120 rivers. We also have aquifers. The two main aquifers are limestone and alluvium, which holds 50% of the country's water. This is some of the rivers across the country. So one of the rivers I'd like to talk about is the Great River. This is one of Jamaica's major rivers, and it forms its boundaries in the parishes of St. James with Westmoreland and Anova. The Great River rises about 1,400 feet, and it's just north of the small village of Pisgah in the northwest corner of St. Elizabeth. From here, it flows north-northeast for about 57 miles. Sources say 46 miles reaching the Caribbean Sea at the Great River mouth of the island on the north coast, west of Montego Bay. And this is a picture of the Great River. As you can see, Jamaica is lush, very green, very, lots of water to supply our island. The other river that I would like to feature is Rio Minho. Rio Minho is the longest river in Jamaica. It's about 57 miles. The river rises closest to the center of Jamaica in the parish of Clarendon and flows in a southwestern direction and exits in the Caribbean Sea. The Spaniards originally called Rio Minho Rio de la Mina, and that is due to the traces of gold found on its banks. The locals in the area still calls it Minor River, some of them say. Gold was recently mined in a district close to Rio Minho called Crawl, which runs adjacent to the river. The river, however, has claimed many lives as it swells and overflows during the rainy season. Rio Minho is also a good source of running water for many communities in the northern Clarendon, such as Pennant, which still does not have running water other than the river. So, like I stated earlier, Jamaica is still having a water scarcity, even though we have an abundance of water because of access. Jamaica signed the Paris Agreement and has set a 30% target to reduce emission by 2030 to impact climate changes. According to the Gleaner, in a study done in 2019, this was conducted by the University of the West Indies, and it attempted to identify the Rio Minho's flood risk by assessing how the river's sediment loads can be monitored to reduce flooding risk, and other climate impact. The National Environmental and Planning Agency stated that watershed of the Rio Minho is the most degraded in Jamaica during that study. This is important as farming, which was mentioned earlier, is a major livelihood of the upper Rio Minho watershed area, which roughly has 40 communities and a population of 69,000 people. This will also affect food security. There is a 5-year project initiative to address the concerns of the watershed, where dams were built to manage the runoff of the water coming from the hillside channel for irrigation purposes. In theory, the Rio Minho watershed will allow farmers to have water available during both the rainy and dry season. The project has 4 components. It was to have water management conservation, climate smart agriculture, food processing, and agro-processing and forest cultivation. The following has been completed so far. So this is a 5-year project, and half of that, we have 1,800 multi-intercepts for climate resilient optimization. Check dams to reduce soil erosion and flooding risks. 49 600-gallon tanks have been given to 49 farmers as a part of the AP and FM. And as the speaker before mentioned, some of the extensions don't have enough to provide for their community need. This money was taken from a COVID grant, by the way. The rehabilitation of 2 rainwater ponds and in 2 communities, which is Redland and Boghole, as well as a supply of 100 rainwater irrigation kits. The International Association of Geology has identified Rio Minho as one of the 100 geological heritage sites in the world. And the reason for this is because they have discovered paleontology with the paleontology geographic formation, and this is said to be the largest area in the Caribbean with an abundant rudis ballgrave. So this little area in Jamaica is a part of world record history. So that's one more world record for Jamaican. You know our athletes, you know our music. So we have a lot to offer. This is a picture of how the Rio Minho flows. This is actually kids on the bank of the Rio Minho. And I would like to point out, this is the Maypen Bridge, because the capital of Clarendon, Maypen, is situated directly on the Rio Minho. Next, we'll talk about our aquifers. So an aquifer is a body of rocks or sediment that holds groundwater. Groundwater is the word used to describe precipitation that has infiltrated the soil beyond the surface and collected in empty spaces underground. There are 2 general types of aquifers, confined and unconfined. Confined aquifers have a layer of impenetrable rocks or clays above them, while unconfined aquifer lies below a permeable layer of soil. Many different types of sediments and rocks can form aquifers, including gravel, sandstone, conglomerates, and fractured limestones. Aquifers are sometimes categorized according to the types of rocks and sediments. Like I said earlier, the limestone has one of the highest concentration of water in Jamaica. There's also a picture diagram so basically your aquifer is a catchment that holds water. The next river we'll talk about is the Martha Brae. So there's Martha Brae River and aquifer. 2 tales of how this 20-mile-long river that runs from the sea got its name. One tale is that the Spaniard settlement tortured the Taino witch named Martha Brae to reveal to them where the gold was hidden along the river. Here we go, another river in Jamaica that is said to have a lot of gold. She then charged the course of the river, killing the settlers, and blocked the caves where it is believed the gold is still hidden. The other spin on the tale is that Martha Brae is adopted from the Spaniard name Rio Martabrillo. Martha Brae River is 6 miles south of Falmouth, Trelawney. During slavery, long bamboo rafts were used to float sugar and other crops to the harbor for vessels bound for Europe. Today, long bamboo rafts are used to float visitors, tourists, down the 3-mile stretch of the river. The Martha Brae is used for irrigation, rafting, and water supply. It supplies water in Trelawney and St. James. Studies have shown that the Martha Brae rises in Windsor in the Cockpit country, then joins the Roaring River at Unity. The Roaring River is a source by the Maldron Inlayer. It's an older rock surrounded by younger rocks, which is drained by a tangled river. The tangled river sinks, reappears as the Springfield River. It then flows across to Pulgee, an extensive depression having a flat foot and steel wall with no outflowing surface stream. It sinks to a second time, then reappears at the DC Rise and the Roaring River. The combinations of river flows near Good Hope north of Potosi Waterboil, where it flows through a narrow gorge which opens south of Southfield. The river emerges Irving Tower to enter the sea at the Oyster Bay between Falmouth and Rock. The river basin consists of white limestone aquifers. So here we have a combination of a river with the aquifer that is recharged by rainfalls, and above the basin is clay and silt, which retains a large amount of rainfall. The water retention forms small ponds called perched water tabled above the white limestone and does not seem to affect the water table level of the limestone. The Martha Brae is on the threat of agricultural, chemical, land clearing, fish rearing schemes, waste disposal, and cutting of mangroves. The Martha Brae is one of 2 rivers in the watershed that has year-round water flow. Jamaica's total, so now we're going to talk about the Rio Cobre Basin Aquifer. Again, another river aquifer combination. Jamaica's total groundwater and surface water source is about 3 main sources with a total harvest of approximately 4.9 kilometers cubes per year. From the yearly yield, 80% is derived of limestone aquifer, 4% of alluvial aquifer, which comprise of sand, silts, clays, and gravel. 16% of the water source is realized by the surface runoff water. The Rio Cobre Basin Aquifer is 51 kilometers or 32 miles, is located in the southeastern section of the parish of St. Catherine. The St. Catherine's boundary, the parish borders the parishes of Clarendon to the west. Its eastern border follows the section of Ferry River, and the northern section borders St. Anne's and St. Mary's. The Caribbean Sea is to the south of the parish. The Rio Cobre Basin Aquifer, or 32 miles, is located in the southeastern section of the parish of St. Catherine. Its eastern boundaries follow the sections of Ferry River, north section to St. Anne's and St. Mary. Now, guys, as I'm talking about this, you have to remember that the aquifer is underground. So this is just giving you the boundaries as it flows on the various parishes. So back to the Rio Cobre is divided in the upper and lower sections to determine the yield of rainfall captures in the aquifer. According to NWC in 2011, the basin serves approximately 520,000 citizens from 8 communities: Spanish Town, Portmore, Greater Portmore, Goldsmine, Old Harbor, Hewiton, Sligo'sville, Guysdale, and Shores River. The rainfall of the Rio Cobre aquifers from 2000 has remained constant at 100 millimeters to 200 millimeters in the upper quadrant, or 50 millimeters to 200 millimeters in the lower segments. In 2015, the demand on water from the aquifer was approximately 32 billion cubic meter, with a brunt of supply going to the urban dwellings in the supplied area. And if you remember earlier, I said it accounts for 98%. However, due to constant pollution and other disasters, the water source of the Rio Cobre has not served the population effectively, while the basin is susceptible to natural disasters such as climate change, earthquakes. The river has seen its fair share of man-made disasters, according to the Jamaica Gleaner in March of 2024, which stated that there has been long-term abuse of the river where toxin was released into the river by accident or intentional. According to the Gleaner, on December the 11th, 2023, an oil spill from a trade wind citrus Jamaica plant intoxicated the river, resulting in fish killing. The company was charged and the case has been before the court since then. Wildalco has also been cited as another polluter of the Rio Cobre over several years, according to the Gleaner. This disaster has seen a large quantity of fish being killed and individual livelihood severely affected. The fines for polluting our water and natural resources range from $50,000 to 12 months incarceration for water pollution and $100,000 to 12 months prison sentence for breach or Wildlife Protected Act. Next, I'll go over the Black River. Once again, the longest river in Jamaica, the Black River has lost that title to the Rio Minho, which is said to be around, and I discussed with you earlier, it's 57.7 miles. The river spans the length of 53 kilometers or 33 miles. The river has several tentacles such as Yeaves Fall or Savannah. The river was the main route of transportation route for the parish. The river got its name for the darkness of the riverbed that's been linked to the thick layers of decomposing vegetation. This decomposing vegetation gives black hue, in particular where the vegetation is thick. The river originated in the Cockpit country and has underground streams and emerges north of Shiloh, which is situated on the southern borders of the Cockpit. The river has a great source of income for several communities, such as canoe rental, crawfish, which is sold on the roadside, and guided trail excursion. The river has continuously been polluted as a spraying of the sugarcane in close proximity has allowed pesticides to seep in the river and has caused the depletion of African perch, otherwise known as Jesus fish. The river is not used as a main source of domestic water usage, but rather predominantly the source of irrigation for local crops growing by local farmers. The river is home to the largest swamp environment in the Caribbean at approximately 14,000 acres. The American crocodile is one of the inhabitants of the swamp, which has seen population size significantly decrease due to heavy drainage of the river from agricultural purposes. So, looking at some hydrostratigraphic of Jamaica. So I skipped over the Great River. So the Great River, 41% of the Great River's household have piped water supplies. The river water is used by residents for household purposes such as bathing, washing, clothing, and recreational purposes such as swimming, fishing, and commercial purposes such as rafting and irrigation. Next, we have the Blue Mountain Basin. The Jamaica's highest point and longest mountain range stands at 74,002 feet and is called the Blue Mountain. Groundwater is stored in the Blue Mountain South Basin, which includes the parish of St. Thomas. The basin is divided in 5 sub-basins: Yalis River, Morant Bay, White Horse, Plantain Garden River, and Port Morant. The water source within the basin consists of groundwater from alluvium, which is the second type of aquifers in Jamaica. A residual silt, sand, and gravels from flowing river. Aquifers and surface water drains from the river of the above listed sub-basin. The basin is drained through ancient volcanic formation by a network of river in the western, central, and eastern section of the basin and across the plains towards the southern coast. The exception of the Plantain Garden River, which flows east of the Blue Mountain, the other rivers flow south towards the sea. Well sourced within the water basin shows excellent water quality, sodium, nitrates, and total dissolved solute, organic and inorganic metals, minerals, salts, and ions. So this is the reference that we utilize for doing this presentation, if you would like to get more information. But I would like to end by stating, Jamaica was called Jamaica. Jamaica stands for Land of Wood and Water. Jamaica has no shortage of water. However, our water is polluted. It has lack of access. So hence, we still stand on the top or near the top of countries with scarcity in water. Thank you so much for your time. That is the presentation from the volunteer group.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. That was very interesting. And it is so funny when you look at the situation with water. And I just want to appreciate you guys for your effort. Now, of course, this illustrious panel can't let you get off the hook so easy. So I'm going to ask the team to drill you, because you guys went to do this research. And as a learned fellow among us, we know you can pivot, and we know you can, and if you've hung around me long enough, so, and Dr. Rupert, because he's going to make sure I say that, right, Doc? So,
absolutely.
Dr. Rupert will be gentle.
Oh, yeah, I will be.
So, you mentioned pollution and water scarcity. So my question for you, are we really dealing with water scarcity, or are we dealing with mismanagement of water?
Well, according to it, the first thing is it already identified that Jamaica has enough water to last us for decades. However, we're not accessing the water appropriately. There's pollution in the water, so persons are not getting it. You think about a community such as Pennance and that I mentioned in Clarendon. Part of the reason why persons do not have water is because they do not have the infrastructure set up in the community to be able to access the water. So those are some of the challenges. So it's not a matter that we don't have enough water. It's a matter that we don't have the infrastructure. The water is polluted. There's not appropriate access to the water.
All right. Panelists, Dr. Rupert, this is your favorite girl. I know you love seeing her on screen.
Oh, Lord. Dr. Nikisha, Queen Nashika, whatever, she don't like those names, but I'm going to give it to her anyway. But thank you for a very strident report. It's very important because water is life. Unfortunately, so different organizations or not organizations, governments have not seen fit to really make a plan for water, and so we're under the gun. In areas where you have bauxite, for example, and they have made these lakes, they're leaking into our water and it's causing a mayhem and sickness and what have you. And there seems to be no government is brave enough to say enough is enough. Because really and truly, according to Mr. Rattigan's research and Herb's research, we're not making, and of course, Dr. John's report, we're not making any money off bauxite. Can you imagine that? Yet you're polluting our waters and taking away the livelihood of the people of Jamaica. So therefore, we have to create what I think is a water policy and stick to it. Because we have the best water. Let me tell you something. There have been places in Jamaica you can just go and drink the water, and it's better than any bottled water. All of us know that. Okay? So it's not a question that we don't have the water. It's how it is managed, how it is the thought process for its evolution. Right now, We should not be in that category. We have great. We are now importing water from the Dominican Republic for the hotels. Yet there are people we know in Jamaica who are bottling the water and selling it into Jamaica and what have you. So why can't we do that? You see, everything seems to be cockeyed. I'm not taking over the stage. I thank you for your presentation. I commend you and the team that have gotten together and what have you done. And just don't forget one thing. Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force also contributed, Mr. President. Also, so don't forget us next time. Okay? You better laugh because otherwise it's discrimination. All right? So I just want to let you know that I thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming on, and leave it to the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the new name for me now. Doc, I must say, honestly, I never know that there's so much water in Jamaica.
Oh, wow.
I am lost for words. I never know. I thought all along we have a really water crisis in the country. So that is to show us that the two political parties in this country is playing politics with the Jamaican people. They have not done enough investment to get the water to the people. In the 1990s, the chairman for life of the People's National Party, Robert Pickersgill, spent over $5 billion or even more to make sure, according to them, to have water from Hanover into Westmoreland. And now, see what is going on? There's no water in the grill. You have the Rolling River. You have the Great River. You have so many rivers in Westmoreland.
Black River.
And there's no water. You have the Black River in St. Elizabeth. And the farmers in St. Elizabeth for years crying out for water. I never know that there's so much water in the country. So these people going around parading as Minister of Water and promising the people of this country water, they're not minister any good. I don't have a question for you, because honestly, as I said before, I am lost for words because I never know that there's so much water in the country.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent presentation, Doc. Excellent presentation. I yield back to Mr. President.
Thank you, Jeffrey. The man himself, our fearless leader. And let me, first of all, your volunteer group, Sela.
Doc, let me just say a big thank you to you and the volunteer group. And I hope people understand and appreciate the effort and the time that you and the rest of the group involved. You can hear me, Jeffrey?
Yes.
A little bit better now.
Yeah, I hope people appreciate the time and the effort you put into this thing to bring information to our people. Because at the end of the day, this is really what it's about. It's about informing people. If you look in the chat, you see how many people are saying they didn't know this. I'll tell you something. I didn't know that Rio Mino. Is Rio Mino? Yeah, it was the longest river in Jamaica. I thought it was a Black River until you just mentioned it now. So people hope you understand. This is the learning corner. You come on here and you learn, and we invite people to make a contribution. If you think we're doing something wrong, or if you think we can improve on something, or you may have some information that we are desirous of, and share that with us. Again, each one to each one. No, Doc, let me ask you a question. And we're going to present to man Panucha.
Go on, we get the question.
You mentioned
the
Rio Mino, you mentioned the Rio Mino, you mentioned Martabry, you mentioned Black River, you mentioned Blue Mountain. And you may have mentioned a few others. But I noticed you didn't talk about the reservoirs in terms of providing water to the public. And there's one aquifer you didn't talk about, and that is the Kingston Aquifer. But let me just, I pulled up this article way back when for a presentation I was doing, but you're absolutely right when you talk about poor water distribution and pollution. And I think it would do well for people to listen to this report, or listen to my reading of the report that came out in April of 2022. It says it will take billions of dollars and many years to fix a growing problem that has placed Jamaica into the unlikely bracket of being among the world's most water-scarce countries due to the unavailability of potable water. The worsening water crisis of the Kingston and St. Andrew metropolis results in rationing for months in some years. The lockoffs are exacerbated by droughts, broken pumps, and the crumbling pipelines making up the water distribution system. At the same time, in the aquifers below the capital city, more than 104.3 million cubic meters of water, or about 60% of the available resource, remain unusable due to pollution. And it says the 2020 study found that high levels of nitrates in the city's main aquifer were making the water unusable for domestic purpose. And then the article goes on to talk about what the government was doing and what the government was planning to do. It talks about, it says there, many of the wells across Kingston and St. Andrew were decommissioned because between 50 and 80% of the effluent from absorption pits and septic tanks, I mean, know about that because my water as a septic tank, goes directly into the ground. And so it's contaminated. So we have a vast supply of water below Kingston and St. Andrew, but we can't use it because of the latrines and all that, and what it flow right into the water table and it contaminates water. The question I have for you is this: did we ever look into the possibility of building new reservoirs? I know when the Cubans came back in the 70s, they had micro dams and so on and so forth. But what are your thoughts about that? About building, because I don't even know if they've ever cleaned the Mona Dam or what they've done with that dam, and I think there are a few other dams around the place. And the population of Kingston and St. Andrew is swelling, but we don't have people with enough foresight to say, hey, listen, we're gonna need more water. We have to find a way to do it. And yet, based on your report, Jamaica has an abundance of water, but the problem is distribution and cleaning up the pollution. Please comment on that.
Now, that is often the problem with wash situation, whereas pollutant is a major factor. When you think about the world itself, there's no shortage of water. It's just how we access it, and is the water potable? And when I say potable water, means that we're able to use it for drinking, washing dishes, and so on. So a lot of countries, Jamaica being one, as you stated, one of the most country that has scarcity in water. We don't have potable water. Regarding pollution, I'm not sure with the building of reservoir, but I know that there are ways to decontaminate. And America is no different. There are areas in America that's suffering with the same struggles with polluted water in California, in Alabama, and so on and so forth. Even here in South Florida, there are certain areas that have pollutions with water. But I think what we need to look at as a country is start looking at infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure, not just water infrastructure, because when you have wash crises like we have in Jamaica, it also affects our healthcare. You think about that just coming off of our COVID pandemic, and where the biggest thing that everyone spoke about during the pandemic was having good hygiene. Places that did not have access to water could not have the same hygiene that somewhere else would have had. Just simple hand washing. So if you don't have the access to water to wash your hands, you don't have hand sanitizer, herein you may have put yourself more at risk to contracting COVID. But besides COVID, we look at other diseases that primarily, diarrheal diseases that primarily affects children under the age of 10. And you think about the youth that is our future. If we don't address this issue, then we're going to have situations with our kids having diseases, having to deal with them, having long-term implication from having diseases when they were younger. As the population grows, and most of us grew up in Jamaica. I still remember getting water at my grandmother's house in the back canal. They had a pipe, yes, but how often was that pipe shut off? I've been to Jamaica recently as an adult where, we have the tank, the black jugs, but got to the home, there was nothing in there. So literally we had to put jugs in the back of the car and drive to a standpipe in order to get water. But how many districts don't even have the access of a standpipe? And how many persons can't afford to buy water? That's the other thing. Now, what we need to consider is there a lack of investment in infrastructure in an effort to increase the commercial use of water, the commercial purchasing of water? So we have to look at all of these. But when you're looking at a crisis on a global scale, and when I say global, not internationally, but across the people in the country, we have to take everyone in consideration, not just those who can afford to purchase water, not those that can afford to buy the black bins, but everyone in the country. And how will it affect us on a larger scale if we don't address this water crisis?
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I'm telling you, this is beautiful. I'm going to ask you to stay with us as we move on to the next part of the program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I also had the opportunity to be privy to some of this information that the team put together. And let me tell you, I'm blown away, as Jeffrey said earlier, with, that we don't have a water shortage. We do have water problems, but we don't have water shortage. Because in the Caribbean, so in the research, the percentage of countries in the Caribbean based on combined surface and groundwater, right? And we're talking about, so Cuba have the most water, Dominican Republic have the most water. And to address the Dominican Republic issue, you realize that when you go to a hotel, you don't see, some hotels, most hotels, you don't see a lot of Jamaica branded water. They'll bring in import water to Jamaica. And that's what people mean when they say bringing in water from Dominican Republic. Because you're talking about these hotels are private organizations who may have 20, 30, 40, 50 properties or 2 properties. And they may be getting deals. And for them, it's a bigger or cheaper for them, or bigger saving to get, 15 trailer from a manufacturer who might be located in another country. And even by shipping it to Jamaica and putting it in their property, it's still cheaper. Or maybe they get kickbacks from the water company. So I think it goes back to the policy of the tourism policy of the country of Jamaica. But Jamaica is the 4th number one in terms of percentage of water in Jamaica. So we have Cuba at the top with 28%. We have Dominican Republic, which is 16.5%. Haiti, 7.6%. And Jamaica, 7.2%. Puerto Rico, 7%. Trinidad and Tobago, 3.2%. Guadeloupe, 2.5%. Martinique, 1.6%. Barbados is 0.2%. And then you're talking about Bahamas next with 0.6%. So a lot of the countries in the Caribbean, they don't have a lot of water. And when we talk about percentage, we're talking about approximately 9 billion cubic meters of water, surface water in Jamaica. And then you have 2.5 billion cubic meters of water annually in Jamaica. So Jamaica daily water production, meaning that surface water, meaning river run on the land and water under the ground, is 31 million cubic meters of surface and groundwater. So we don't have a water problem. And when you convert, ladies and gentlemen, a cubic meter, 1 cubic meter, and we're talking about billions of cubic meter, 1 cubic meter is 264 gallons of water. So ask, like a typical water truck around 5,000 to 6,000 gallons. And you're talking about Jamaica, you're talking about tens of thousands of water truck, meaning everybody could get water. If you just turn on the pipe for the whole day and it just run and we still have water just run same way, non-stop, every day in Jamaica. So why is it we're not getting there? Finally, before I bring back you guys in, I was listening a speech, reading a speech from the Prime Minister that he did in a research in March, when this French company that's building the new reservoir, which they said is going to be the largest one in Jamaica, they had the groundbreaking from 2019. They signed a contract. Earlier this year, the groundbreaking took place, and it's a French company that's here that's in Jamaica building this new reservoir. Now, as it relates to reservoir, we need far more than one reservoir. And of course, you know, Jamaica have the water and the wherewithal, but when you look at the arrangement, as they call PPP, public-private partnership, and it's same situation like you have with the road, that these private and public partnership is that they're doing it for the country, but they're getting, it's them really put the money up, and then, you know, he's saying that the Office of Utility Regulations will not make the water price go up, you know, so they can't charge you more than, you know, what they're going to charge you for water. So it's not like they're going to raise the water for you. So there's a lot of loopholes in those deals for these people to jack up the price. But the biggest problem we're having is crumbling and failing infrastructure as it relates to corroded pipes. You're talking about the big bus for Mandela Highway the other day with the pipeline break. So I'm talking about the biggest issue, ladies and gentlemen, is the crumbling infrastructure. What we should be focusing on is to get in pipe, because we have the water. We have the water, and we have skilled engineers. UE and UTech is not just there just because they have nothing to do. You have a lot of skilled people who are there who want to participate in what is happening in Jamaica and grow in Jamaica. So I am saying, ladies and gentlemen, we need to focus on the failing and the crumbling infrastructure. And whether it's this administration or the next one, as Ratty always say, we're not calling for a change of government, but we're calling for the government to change its policy and its approach to how it prioritizes water. Let me tell you this. I am from the hills of St. Andrew, West Rural St. Andrew, up in the Lawrence Tavern area. And I can tell you, I know until this very day, people still have to go to spring or catch water. To this very day, people have to have these plastic tanks. And when you realize what is happening here in America and across the world, people are consuming about a credit card size of plastic, microplastic in their bodies. That's why you think people dying the way they are, because all of this plastic consumption and those black tanks, when the heat lick the black tank, and then you have all of this microplastic coming out back into the water. You're drinking from plastic bottle, eating from plastic. And all I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we need people with forethought and foresight. When I was growing up, we used to have metal tanks in the community that the water truck would come and full for people who didn't have access to water. And that was a service that the country offered. These days, I don't know what is happening, but I do believe that we have dropped the ball, just like how we take away food out of school for the children. And same way we now full back the tanks in the community. We make them stay there and rotten. We never replace them. And I think that is the biggest problem, ladies and gentlemen. And something has to be done. And I think we don't have a water problem, but we have a water management crisis. And government is to be blamed for that.
And I agree with you, Mr. President. I totally agree with you. For far too long, you speak about Negril. I grew up in Negril. And the adjoining district, the adjoining parish is Hanover. Lagwood in Hanover have a water plant up there. And the water plant truck water from there into Negril. They have a blue hole. Everybody knows what a blue hole is. The water never finished. What they're doing is getting the water into Negril by giving to the hotels. And they're building so much hotels down there now that they do not know what they're going to do. You're perfectly right. Jamaica have a water management problem from 19 whatever until now. They haven't done anything when it comes on to water in Jamaica. We have a serious problem, a serious management problem in this country. And the people of our country must demand better. We must demand better. Demand better, because we can't continue like this. Every 5 years, every year I get up, we don't have any water, and water is in the country. Every single year there's a drought in St. Elizabeth and across the country. Yet we have so much water. I think what we need to do, I'm gonna hand back over to you, Mr. President. I think what we need to do is get Dr. Jackson and the research team to present all of this to the Prime Minister, because it seems as if they don't know what is going on. And I'm going to say this, not the panel on this program here. It seems that the Prime Minister have a sort of twiddly dumb people working around him when they come on to doing research. The little team that we have here did a research on water and find out that we have water galore. Huh? That is why we have to say this is a real diaspora conference. They go fly by night willingly the one they had the other day. Wasn't the conference? We're speaking truth to power. We have water in this country. But we have a water management problem. Mr. Rattigan, over to you, sir. Maybe start until tomorrow morning, Go ahead, sir. Unmute your mic. Waterhouse not hearing you.
Go ahead. We can't hear you. Talk now.
Yeah, you can hear me now. The water issue is one of those unforced errors. It's an issue that should never exist, because as you've heard from Doc.
Will.
Yeah.
I know you're going to lay it out, and we have so much to cover tonight. But I think you need to adjust your audio. If you click settings and click on audio, because you're coming in from a different audio source. Just click settings and then click on audio, because you always come in clean. But today, since last night, it didn't come in so clean.
All right.
Choose the right thing.
Settings and go where?
Click settings and then go audio.
Yeah.
The top one should say mic. Then choose a drop down and choose the right microphone or the amplifier, whatever gives you the best sound.
Hold on a second there. Because Kevin, where you there? Hold on.
On my sound.
My goodness, there you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
The man is back.
It have about
You're
10 options. I'm gonna just pick one of them. So anyway, see Doc laugh off of me. But anyway, like I said, the water issue is an unforced error. This is something that should never really happen to Jamaica, being that it's the land of wood and water. And we have a component within the government that's responsible for taking care of this. But we go back and look at 2016. Thank you, Debbie. You go back and look at 2016. And people, it's not rocket science. All you have to do, right? If you have an issue with this government concerning the way it's governing, all you have to do is just go back to 2016, the 2016 manifesto, and then go to the 2020 manifesto and look at where you are in 2024. And then you decide whether or not the government is working for you. Because whenever you bring these things to light, there's always a tendency for some people to say, it's political, and it's this, and you're a partisan, and you're treasonous, and you're this. No, just go back and look at what they wrote in 2016 and what they wrote again in 2020, and look at what they did between 2016 and 2020, and between 2020 and now. Let me just say a few things here regarding that. In 2016, the government, when it was the opposition, it said, if you elect us, we're going to build new treatment plants. It said, we are going to drill for water in the hills on the north coast and bring the water to the south coast where they have more people living, right? And therefore it was more prone to water shortage because they have more people that use up more water. They also said they're going to fix leaky pipes. They also said that they're going to increase water to rural homes from 60% to 85%. That's not true, at least for my family members living in St. Anne and St. Elizabeth. That's not true. Them still harvest rainwater, right? Then they also said they were going to increase water to urban areas to 95%. I hope people understand what I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, just go read the manifesto. They said that we're going to encourage rainwater harvesting. I don't know how you encourage people to do that if they've been doing it for decades. How you encourage people to do it, I don't know. Then they were also going to expand irrigation lines and the use of drip irrigation to conserve water. A lot of people listening to me now don't even know what that means, because the bottom line is you want water, you're not getting water. Then they also said they're going to rehabilitate the sewer system below Crossroads. We know about the sewage issue in the market, and they're going to reforest the watershed areas with tree planting programs. I don't see anything about that. So, folks in the chat and those of you listening, maybe the government did all of these things after 2016, but I don't see where all of these things took place. No, we could get to 2020. So 2016, they said we're going to do all of these things. People, vote for us. We're not only the party of law and order, we're also the party of water. We're going to give you water. 2020. They said they're going to revise the National Drought Management Plan. How many people know in the drought-affected areas, ever heard about the National Drought Management Plan? Did your MP ever explain that to you? Did your council explain that to you? Have you heard it being publicized on TV saying, you who live in drought-prone areas, this is what we're going to do for you? Have you heard that? 2020, they said they're going to revise it. Most of you have never heard of it. So they're going to revise something that you never heard of. Then they said they're going to, again, encourage rainwater harvesting. They always say that, as if people need to be told this. They're going to have expanded focus on rural water. I guess they didn't meet the 85% threshold or goal. So they said we're gonna have to pay attention to that. Then they're going to do innovative projects to expand water access. People, you don't want to hear this. You want to hear turn on the pipe and get water. When I'm saying we're going to do all this fancy language, this jargon, you don't understand it. And you shouldn't even have to try if you understand it, because at the end of the day, you're supposed to just turn on the pipe and you get your water. You don't need no fancy language. Then here's one now that really, really tickles me. The government is going to develop desalination plants. And in fact, they've mentioned that they have one. I don't know if anybody who know about this desalination plant or the plan to develop desalination plants. I don't know. Then they're going to have another one, floodwater management. And then sewage and wastewater treatment services. Never stop right this up, because it's like, my father told me, God bless his soul, used to tell me, when he used to tell me to do, chores around the house, I said, yeah, my promise to do it, Daddy. And he used to say to me, a promise is a comfort to a fool. A promise is a comfort to a fool. And I mean, it makes more sense to me now than back then. It was just, back then it was just my father said something to me. But now it really has some application to real life. And this water issue is a vexing problem, because, as Jeffrey said, water is life. Water is life. And when you keep promising the people that we're going to fix your water problem, we're going to fix your water problem, we're going to fix it, and year after year you hear about the drought and hear about this, and then it's bad enough that you're not providing your own citizens with water. What's even worse is that you're channeling water now to development for tourism. So, I just don't understand how they operate, but maybe they too themselves don't understand how they operate. Maybe this is just our promises, maybe this is just like the prosperity and people still living in poverty. But it's time for people to understand now that the days of promising people things and that people just sit back and wait for them, those days are over, because you have a more intelligent population now. You have a more strident population. You have a more determined population. You have a population now who very, very curious. They ask questions. And when I say population, I'm talking about inside and outside Jamaica, not just in the diaspora. The difference is that we can speak freely, without worrying about, people saying this and people saying that, or people come drag you out from under your bed. We can just speak freely. And all them have to do is just hug it up and cuss we out and, say all manner of evil about personal lives and whatever. But that's fine. We can deal with that. But this is a problem that should not exist, this water problem, and the agriculture problem too. How can you say that, you're all for agriculture and farmers, and then you lift the tariffs, and then you flood the market with cheap produce, and then you put the farmers out of work, and already it's a declining population, and you just made it worse. So there's no incentive for anybody to go to farming, because no matter how you farm, Jamaican produce, Jamaican vegetables, best in the world. I would like people to take some of the scallion when them grow down at St. Elizabeth and just rub it up now and smell it and compare it to the scallion we get at Brooklyn or some other places when them get from God knows where. I use it and cook. It had no flavor. It just had a little texture and coloring. That's about no flavor to the meal. Jamaican farmers produce some of the best tomatoes, scallion, thyme, you name it, potatoes, you name it. But now we are strangling that sector of the economy. And then you turn around and say, oh, but we're for farmers. How? Oh, but we're for providing water to our people. How? A dear friend of ours just sent me something saying that we're selling water to cruise ships.
Yes, we do.
Is calling me.
Yes, we do. We sell water to cruise ships. Whenever the cruise ship comes in, we sell water to the cruise ships. And there's a well-known company in the United States, I don't want to call it the name, that Jamaica is selling water to them. A well-known beverage company who sell all sorts of things. They're selling water to them. And they're selling water to the Chinese too. So what they're doing is to just put the Jamaican people down while they fatten their pockets left, right, and center from Wappy Kill Philip. We've been swapping black dog for monkey in this country, and we continue doing it. It's time for us to wake up in this country and smell the roses. We can't continue like this as a people. And once again, I must lift my hat to Dr. Jackson and the team. Excellent research. That's what the Prime Minister needs, or whosoever come into power. They need people like Dr. Jackson and others to do research. We can't cut in 21st century Jamaica. Our people don't have water in their pipe. Yet we have billions and billions of gallons of water. And every year you come in to talk, if you vote for me, I give you water in your pipe. The former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, A.J. Nicholson, told some people in St. Elizabeth, if I don't vote for Kern, that's Kern Spencer, you won't get no water in your pipe.
You know, Mr. President, I want to just add something here that it's amazing how it's a question of leadership. It's a question of leadership. And when you talk about leadership, people think that you don't know anything about leadership. They know everything about leadership. But if the top of they always say, I was told that if the top of the river is dirty, there's no way the bottom is going to be clean. And that came from my mama. She never got no good school, right? Okay? And the fact of the matter is, they take us for idiots, right? Because let me just make it quite clear. I was told that the minister herself was asked if she was going to have foreign affairs and foreign trade. Well, it must be foreign to her. If she was going to engage or try to talk to us in the diaspora. And she said no, because they're too darn arrogant. They didn't work to come where they are in terms of politics. They were brought in, showing. Many of them are showing. Okay.
Hey, time longer than rope, Doc, because they all have a term, and the people are not sleeping.
Let me tell you something. No, they are so arrogant. They think they can beat anybody and say anything to anybody, and so on. And they think that, but time is longer than rope. And I'm saying to you and everybody out there, right? It's not about politics anymore. It's about personality. It's about your love of your country. You can love yourself more than you love your country. You can dance. You can do anything you want. But let me make it quite clear. If you cannot be honest and straightforward to people, your own people, something is wrong with you. Okay,
Look,
everybody. Okay,
Go ahead.
No, that's not. I am just saying to you, I expect these people to know better. I think they come from quote unquote good homes. And they were brought
brain.
No. They have what you call brought up see. People like me, no help us on a brought up see. Okay? So the point I'm making is that exercise it. Because I tell you something, a lot of people think that there is no God. And there'll be no, but let me tell you, there'll be a reckoning. And so when you see sometimes some things happen to people, and you say, Lord have mercy, me not sorry for nobody. They brought it on themselves. Because they have ignored the plea of the people. And the people are saying enough is enough. Let me make it quite clear. You can't tell me, say, a man who living beside water can have water in the house. There's so much rainwater. There is no planning. There's no preparation. Nothing. And they don't take stock of us. When will our come? And let me tell you something. What they're trying to do is divorce the local population from the diaspora and say that we're all crazy, we're all mad. Yet send our money because we're that crazy and we're that mad. Well, I say, and then when we say we might not, they're telling people we are going to try to take away from poor people. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes when some of these people are telling these lies, they should choke. And no Heimlich maneuver should be there to help them. You understand me? None. No, I'm serious. Because if you can have a straight face, a straight line, then you can straight choke. Okay? So I'm just saying to you, as far as I'm concerned,
Ratty, before 1 second. What does that say on the screen, Dr. Jackson?
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, sure. Everybody want married Dr. Jackson. Leave the lady alone. She'll tell you she want married. Everybody, Mr. President, put them up to that here, Nakisha. Don't worry about it. I mean, no says him do it.
Does it on the radio and he's doing it again. Thank you very much.
We don't know about him, but
it wasn't me. I promise. Like Shaggy, it wasn't me.
All I'm saying is, though, seriously, what we have done, we didn't find this out. We know it. No electricity. Look, one more thing. How can they be paying so much electricity and we have so much sun? And there are countries that are using solar and we can't do it. And we're wrong with we. We spend solar, we don't spend the same way. Ridiculous. Our gas is more expensive. So it's ridiculous. And we know it. So that is why we vex. Because you take me for fool. But time drunk, but time no fool.
All right, Doc. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we're going to be joined now by Mr. Ian Hales. He's the opposition spokesperson concerning water issues. Now, he has made the social media rounds quite a lot in the past several months. I've watched him actually, and I like his style. I like his bravado. He speaks truth to power. He doesn't care. He's one of us, a son of the soil. And so he's joining us tonight, and he's going to continue the discussion concerning water and water shortage. I think he was a gentleman who did the piece on a man who had a whole heap of black drums and claims a car wash and him expose it. Right? I see you, man. Yeah. Well, brother Ian Hills, welcome.
Hi, Rattigan. Thank you for inviting me. And let me say to all your guests, good night and happy Friday. And I wish for them a happy weekend whenever time it gets here. And it's here already. So happy weekend.
All right. Well, sir, I tell you what, because we didn't get a chance to really dig in your bio or anything like that. And I'm not sure how many of our supporters are aware of you and where you're from and the things that you're doing. Would you be kind enough just to give us an overview? You can take your time, you can make it long, you can make it short. We're here, not a problem.
I was born in the parish of Westmoreland. To make a long story short, I, like yourself and many of your listeners, I migrated to the States at a young age. I spent 23 years and I returned to Jamaica to contribute to the development of my country. Along the way, there have been many a disappointment, and there have also been some sweet spots because you get to participate in developing and trying to help to build your country. And so it has brought me back home, and I know many Jamaicans want to come back home, and the conversations that have been had thus far, it speaks to your homeland. It speaks to your home. This piece of rock means something to all of us. Don't care where we are in the world. And my from where I stand is, or where I sit is, there are some things going on in my country that concerns me. And from that standpoint, whether it is water or whether it is just doing the right thing, I think a lot of times I speak and you have persons in society that might object to what I'm saying. But growing up in America, you could get up every day and you could have a dream. You could have a Jamaican dream. And any day could be your day. You could, but in Jamaica, you don't have such a dream. It's mostly nightmare, whether it is in the healthcare sector, whether it is still carrying a pan of water on top of your head to cook or to use around the house. So there are some things that still disappoint me, and there are some things that still burn a fire within me in ensuring that I go and do my part as a returning resident to try and make this rock a better place for generations to come. So the leader of the opposition has seen it fitted me to appoint me as spokesperson on water. I was junior minister in water for 2 years. I was in agriculture also. I hear somebody on your previously that you were speaking to speak to water. And I think the first question we should ask, are we really the country of wood and water? And the answer is yes. And so if the answer is in the affirmative, which it is, how do we then get water to our people? I know climate change is playing a role, but regardless of climate change, we still have excess water in this country. The problem is, however, is across the country we have, I think, 200 and 200 plus water treatment facility that supplies the entire country. When they were being installed or commissioned, they were not linked to anything that say, you know, supply and demand. So if you have excess water in Portland, St. Ann, and Trelawney, they're not linked. So you do supply and demand. The areas that have greater demand, you'll supply with most water, a greater volume. You don't have that. And in so not having that, the next PNP administration under Mark Golden going to have to look at an entire system, how you're going to revamp the entire water sector. Can we give our people water? Yes. There has to be a strategic decision which is made, however, to ensure that in terms of informal settlements, they're authorized by the government so that it's not everybody can get water at the same time. You have to prioritize things. But if you look within our country, you have the National Water Commission, which is NWC. You have rural water. You have National Irrigation Commission. Plus you have the parish council that deals with minor water supply. So you have 4 separate bodies, Rattigan. And those 4 bodies there's no synergies between all those 4. So everybody's doing their own thing independently. So the left hand don't know what the right hand is doing, and the right hand don't know what the left hand is doing. I think that ought to change. In Kingston, we have 1 dam, but you have 200 and odd wells in Kingston that can produce as much water as that 1 dam. But you'll hear the argument from the commission that these wells are contaminated. Where technology is in the world right now, it doesn't take much to clean up these 200 wells and put them back into commission in ensuring that our people in our cities can have water. In terms of rural Jamaica, you have the breadbasket parish where St. Elizabeth, where everybody would know that one of the largest body, if not the largest body of water in the country is within the Black River. And miles and millions and billions of gallons of water. But at the same time, we can't get it to our farmers because no one has made a strategic push, A, and B is to create the necessary investment in ensuring that we can put the water into the plains of St. Elizabeth and in the hills and in the south, in ensuring that our farmers can produce to feed ourselves in this country, because we can do that. Because in the end, you know, the export bill keeps increasing. Our farmers keep suffering because of drought, they can't find the water. So it's a domino effect for us not to be producing the water for our people. I live in a parish and representing a constituency in Westmoreland where the development process in terms of we grant all of these developments approvals. So the approvals and the development is ahead, but yet the infrastructure in terms of water, electricity, and the necessary infrastructure, those are not in place. So you have a situation by which if you take Logwood in Hanover that supply a good portion of the water to Negril, they probably produce almost 7 million gallons of water a day. The big multinational hotels take up at least 4 to 5 million gallons, leaving only 2 million gallons for our citizens. And one is going to ask the question is, on average, each tourist use close to 400 gallons of water daily. And the people of Negril are now asking the question, and even across Jamaica, especially on the North Coast, why should we supply or give to every tourist 400 gallons of water every day? And we can't find a gallon to cook with, or we can't find a gallon to take a shower with. So all those questions will have to be answered, and it will have to be answered soon, because our people are becoming more and more restive in terms of the need to see a government that is responsive to their needs as we speak. So can the problem be solved? Yes. It's going to take hard work. We have another situation with the non-revenue water. We are producing the water. It's within the transmission line. But at the same time, the lines are so old and porous that we are losing a lot of our water also. So my whole thinking is and saying is, this government is a government of announcement. They are not a government of executing. From conception to inception is 18 months. And I don't see over the next year, knowing that a general election is on the horizon, that government can really do much for the water sector. So from that standpoint, diaspora plays an important role in where we go as a country, because you send the necessary funds here to keep the fire burning, to keep the stove on, to keep the groceries coming, to take care of those in the family that are sick or ill. And most of you come back home because you want to, even if you couldn't afford a piece of the rock here, most of you come back home and you build a house and you want to cut crime, you want an environment where you can live and live free in your, well, as my grandmother would say, your old age. And you want to ensure water is at your pipe, and you want to ensure that this is the rock, this is a piece of the rock that you go where you work in the snow, or you work in the coal fan, or you come back home, you want to enjoy the fruits of your labor. So we have a lot of work to do. But I'm confident that the next PNP administration with the team Mark Gordon has around him, it will make a difference. It will make a difference. Look, we have regular meetings on what the problems are in Jamaica. And I can tell you, Mark is a manager. What are the problems in Jamaica? What are the solutions? How long will it take to execute? And how best people will buy into the level of execution that we will have to do. So I think Jamaicans abroad and at home, we understand the level of patriotism. We understand what we have to do here as being on the ground, and how important and how valuable our returning residents are, and how Jamaicans are abroad. You know, when you meet a Jamaican abroad, you know, they don't tell you, boy, I come from this parish or that parish. They first say, I am a Jamaican. So it still means something. It resonates with all of us. And we want to feel proud of our country. And we want to ensure that we can live in a country where, you know, we just live good and feel all right, you know, and as we would say, feel irie. But I'm confident, Rattigan, that these conversations will only bring us closer together, even if we have difference of opinion. At the end of the day, if we all get involved in finding workable solutions, we can have a better Jamaica for generations to come. I hope I didn't take up a lot of your time.
No, man, you don't take up any time at all. We look at it as time well spent.
Yeah.
So we don't even focus on you know, like minutes or anything like that. We just say it's time well spent. It's a discussion.
I'll give you a perfect example.
Sure.
We're in Westmoreland now, and one would think that the level of crime that we have in Westmoreland now, that the first thing the government would say is, look at the demographic in terms of age. So most of the crime is between 19 and 29, somewhere around in there. So, and I know you have to build new stations, you have to increase in terms of your expenditure, in terms of what you spend with the force. But you can't take a parish and spend close to $3 billion on it in terms of building 3 new high-tech super police lockup, and at the same time you don't have 5 community centers where heart can come in and train our people, whether it be plumbing, carpentry. You don't have that. So the hospital in Savlamar, a lot of our returning residents that goes to that hospital, at times you find yourself on a chair, on a bench for 2 or 3 days waiting to get a bed. So my whole thing is, you know, you can fight crime, but you have to have community center, community training. And it can't be that you say, you know what, these are tangibles which I'm bringing to you. Because at the end of the day, the majority of persons that will be locked away will be young people. And you have the good and you have the bad. So you have again, and where they're building this one of the largest station is at the cultural center in Savlamar, where every cultural event, I mean, Kingston have Little Theatre, Westmoreland have the Landila Cultural Center. The police facility, the new one, is being built right onto the cultural center. And fast forward from there, you have the National Stadium in Kingston. In Westmoreland, we have the Froome Sporting Complex, where all majority of sporting activity takes place at that complex. That's where all the soldiers are right now. So I don't think this level of state of emergency work in the country, because if when you get caught up in the state of emergency, you're going home from work. So normally you'd leave work 5 o'clock. When they do these unnecessary roadblock at times, it takes you up on, you're stuck in traffic for 2 to 3 hours. They can just scrape you up and lock you away. So for me is the way, I was in New York at the time when Giuliani, they came up with the three strike legislation, and you know, I see how it affected some things. It cut crime to a point, but at the same time, you have to have something that pushes young people forward in terms of training. Look, the Canadians are saying to us, hey, look, we can take majority of your persons if you train them and if you give them a skill. Why don't we create, just as how we make all these beautiful hotels to bring in all of these tourists, why don't we start exporting the labor out of the country? So there's a lot of things we can do, but I think the priority of the government and priority of those who seek power and have the power now is somewhat misguided with the realities that we face as a country. So I tell you, some things give me restless night, but you know, I am hopeful that with all of these conversations we're having, because one thing with technology, it has flattened the world, so we can all have conversations about our country. I mean, and at times we get, I would say, claustrophobic. Well, not even claustrophobic. At times we get parochial. At times where some of us here think that the returning resident or the Jamaican abroad knows too much. But let's call it what it is. America and Britain teaches you a different way how to operate. So we all leave here innocent, don't care what age we leave here. And most of us go away and we become professional and we contribute to the American or the overseas economy. And we want to contribute to that same economy that we were not able to contribute to that economy here in Jamaica. And I've always tell people, you know, I said, I find it that majority of returning residents to this country are those that participate at the diaspora level. Because you didn't have to do it, but you do it because the love of country. And the stronger the diaspora is, and the stronger the returning residents are across the world that belongs to Jamaica, at the end of the day, we will have a better Jamaica. So me personally, I endorse everything that you do, because I think these conversations are needed, and it should be a long time coming, because it can only make us a better country.
Thank you, sir. Before I turn it over to Mr. President, who is the moderator extraordinaire, let me just say, you've touched on a number of topics. You've touched on crime, water, corrections, diaspora, a whole bunch of issues. You managed to get them in,
Mhm.
in discussing water. But let me ask you this general question. There's a tendency for politicians to
Mhm.
to overpromise and underdeliver. For people to
Mhm.
say things and then the population, their expectations rise only to be deflated. What how do you plan on energizing people to the point where they said, we believe in you, that although it's a promise because you're not in power, but you're telling us what you plan to do? How do you get people to buy into that and not say, well, this is just another politician coming here to promise us what this group did 8 years ago? How do you overcome that obstacle?
I think one is, I think the people of Jamaica are looking at Mark Golding as someone who is a successful trial attorney. I think when the IMF agreement came up, when the JLP walked away from the IMF agreement, it was Portia Simpson Miller and Mark Golding who wrote most of those legislation in terms of ensuring that can we can ensure that we took care of our financial responsibility and whatever the requirements were in terms of the legislation standpoint. Mark Golding execute that. I would secondly say to you, why we can't play with the people of this country anymore. Technology, everybody, I think in the next 5 years, the traditional news media will be a thing of the past. Every Jamaican have a smartphone. So they're getting their news every single day from, they don't have to wait 7 o'clock on TVJ or 8 o'clock on CVM anymore. So the level of chance you could take with a society that is demanding certain things of you. What technology has done in Jamaica, it has made the politician more responsive. Because nobody likes to be flocked in a bad way or like to be criticized in a terrible way. So it draws your attention immediately. Now, the PNP has a record to stand on. And I make no bounds about this, that the PNP government always have to, in Reaganomics used to say, funds trickle from the top to the bottom. The PNP believes that first you have to create a safety net for the most vulnerable amongst us. That's number one. You have to ensure that the hospital can function for the majority. You have to ensure that for the mother who can send that child to school, that child can go on path, they can get the breakfast lunch, and they can ensure that that child go to school. The PNP believes again that in terms of the civil servant in this country, or teachers, or police, or doctors, they play a valuable role in this country. Because if you look at this country, those that pay the PAYE, the taxes, it's not the rich of this country that pays the taxes. It's the little PAYE man that keeps this country going with the diaspora. Because there's a lot of things, Rattigan, that you can write off, but it always come right back to the most vulnerable amongst us. So, they'll criticize us at times and say, you know what, the PNP loves the poor. But you have to create a balance. The trickle-down economics has never worked in Jamaica, and it has never worked. Whether you wrap it up and you repackage it and you call it prosperity, it is not prosperity, because the majority of Jamaicans are not being prosperous. The level of inflation, the level of high prices in this country. So, in a nutshell, I think the majority of these people, and all the opinion polls have said it, they're ready to give the PNP another chance. But it's a chance that we can't play with. It's a chance that we have to use to radically change the future and the outlook of this country in ensuring that the most vulnerable amongst us, we start giving people a fair shot in this country. Not a shot to shoot them down, but a shot in the arm to ensure that you can make something of your life. So I am of the view that I sit with my colleagues, and I think where the PNP is now, we are poised to do some very important things in this country. Whether it is crime, we don't believe that you can fill the jails of young people, because we are on the state of emergency for the last couple of years, and every single year crime increases. Every single year it's a record year for murder. Every single year it's a record year for rape, theft, everything. So therefore it's not working. But nobody is willing to say, hey, every time something happens, state of emergency. But the results are not there to back it up. So for me is, and the people of this country are getting more and more frustrated in terms of what they're seeing. And the dictatorship can't work either. It has to be consultation with consensus. And unless we can do that, we'll be in trouble going forward. So I think the people of this country, as many of us would have said, you know, in the Christian world, I've made up my mind to see Jesus. I think a lot of people have made up their mind that they would want to see a next PNP administration, one that looks out for the vulnerable and create opportunities for our people, whether you are in the diaspora or whether you live in Jamaica.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate your contribution. No, I know we're here talking about a specific topic, but are you comfortable, talking about other subjects? I don't want to put you on the spot because, as a moderator, I have a few questions.
I'm comfortable talking about anything that benefits my country. I wouldn't want to go too wide, but as an individual, I think I have my personal opinion about some things, and I love my country. I came down this morning. I stopped in Island Bamboo. I had a coconut. I stopped on the roadside. I had a coconut. I put my window down, and I drive and I turn on my berries, and I feel good. Because this piece of rock is a beautiful place, and we all have that moment. We all have those moments in our country when we feel proud, whether it is a Usain Bolt, we see run, we shout, we say, I am Jamaican, and it comes with a level of pride. So from that standpoint, anything that affects my country, I think I can have a personal opinion.
All right. My kind of guy. All right. So two things. I want to talk about two things. So I'm going to cue you up so at least you're mentally prepared to address them. I want to talk about the long-standing understanding about the two political parties controlling the two major gangs, the One Order gang and the Klansman gang. I want you to address that. Second one we're going to talk about is the diaspora and the diaspora's involvement in participatory politics or representative politics. Now, there's a big debate right now, and it could be because your leader or the leader of the opposition is facing some pushback about his dual citizenship, why there is a pivot or a pandering to people in the diaspora to show some empathy or empathetic viewpoints as it relates to diaspora's involvement in Jamaica's future and its politics. My question for you, Mr. Ayers, is that, and let's talk about the diaspora first. Do you believe, personal opinion, you say again, it's not a matter of policy, but do you believe that any person that resides in another country outside of Jamaica, or even have citizenship in another country, have turned their back on Jamaica and should be excommunicated and be totally and forevermore be removed from any political process? Or is there a place for people in the diaspora, even though they may have allegiance or even some kind of responsibility or representation in another country, that there should be some provision made for people in the diaspora to play a role in Jamaica and Jamaica's future. Not necessarily prime minister, but at least some form of representative or elected politics. And then please shed your light on the role that your administration is hoping to do to rid this long-standing gang affiliation.
I think one is, hello?
Yeah, you're back with us.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Y'all can hear him?
Yeah.
Ian, we can hear you.
So yes, I hear you. Ian.
You're hearing me?
Yes.
You're breaking up. Don't know why you answer?
In Jammy phone, man. So here, you can hear us?
Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why you answer, don't you? I want to Ian. Yeah, chip out, man.
No, listen. I think it's a very unfair question to ask him in any way. No, honestly, just straight up. Hold on. The reason why I say so, is because
which part of the question unfair?
The we call it the gang one.
Okay.
Okay.
And why is it unfair?
First of all, hold on. Listen, let me tell you something. You are ex-police, ex-Babylon, and you know Southern exists, okay? You know Southern exists, right? To be quite honest with you. Can you hear?
Lord,
Jeffrey?
Where hear you, Doc?
Okay. Jeffrey, what's wrong with Jeffrey? Why is he going on like that? I don't know why Jeffrey going on like that, but I'm just saying to you. I am saying to you, this is something that I don't think Ian should even answer, because, to be quite honest with you, because we know that these things have to be addressed, right? And there's a way for addressing them. And the fact of the matter is that they're now, everybody's switching it to say that it looks like we have the two gangs in Jamaica, right? In the diaspora. Because all of a sudden, them catch a truck somewhere in New York, selling guns and some sweetie business, and we are the ones who are responsible. So, my view, there has to be a way to rid Jamaica. And I listened to Mr. Hill, it's very good. And to get the young people them invested. Get rid of the state of emergencies, get the young people them invested, or you're going to constantly have gang members. You're going to constantly have gang members. Because that is what it is saying. Right? Because these young, you are the one who brought all the treat youth right, you know, Mr. President. You are the one, you know, every day we listen to treat youth right, you know. And I'm saying to you, if they have no outlet, and I'm not defending them, gentlemen, but if they have no outlet, right, what is going to happen? You see what I'm saying to you? So we need to find a way to address this issue. And we have to find a way, like El Salvador, to get a hold of those gangs and calaboose them, including the ones that encourage them to be gangs. Because poor man can't have gang. It must be people who are colluding with them island-wide, out of the nation, everything like that. And I think the only people who can really assist truly in that is us who are looking from the diaspora and helping Jamaica to get rid of this. That's plus Jamaica, of course. We have to come together and work together. So that is how I see it. Now, you may not agree with me, but that's how I see it. So no wonder Mr. Gale's gone.
So hold on. The man have technical problem. I answer my question. If my question can't scare him off, that would be a big problem. That would be a major problem for any elected official. Somebody asks him a question and him run down. Don't indict the man like that. I don't think that's the case. I think it's a technical glitch. We all saw that it froze up. Hold on, let me finish this, Jeffrey. We all saw that it froze up. And I think it's a fair question. I because I have been told by elected officials, Mr. President, listen me, and this is a one-off conversation. Him say, you know the thing said, are we run the thing? Are we run the thing? So my question is this: if you're saying you don't want to be branded as a PMP diaspora movement, no, why can't we ask an honest question to a PMP representative? Why should it be softball questions that he just dance around? The man said, ask him. I did ask him, and he gave me the right to ask him. So I think that's a, you can't answer me, can't answer that question.
Did I say can't answer, Mr. President?
Yes, you did.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Let me say this. I have had Mr. Hales on my platform, on my program before. There is always an internet issue in Jamaica, and especially in the parish of Hanover, between Hanover and Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. So I don't think he run out the platform because of the question he asked. It's truly an internet issue that they're having.
And he's back.
And here is he. Well, there you go. Welcome back, Ian.
Yes, I don't know. Are you hearing me clearly now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good job.
All right. So quickly, let me say that one is when I got up with my American passport to return to Jamaica, I didn't love the country any less. It's love of country. It's loving the country more. Why I gave up why I came home. So I gave up at a point the JLP took me to court and I had to give up my US citizenship. But I didn't love the country any less when I had it or even when I gave it up. But I just want to say that in terms of all of that, a Commonwealth citizen under our Constitution can be a citizen within the Commonwealth, and a lot of the JLP MPs and ministers of government are Commonwealth who falls within this grouping. And I know they love their country too, as well as Mark Golden, but the requirements are different for the US versus that of Commonwealth countries, and I had to give up my citizenship. But in giving up the US, I love my country the same way when I had it, and I love my country the same way when I gave it up. So it didn't take anything from me. But I think wherever Jamaicans are and Jamaicans want to participate, your participation is not based on a book where allow your passport that allows you to travel. Your participation is based on birthright. And Mark Golden was born in Jamaica. Mark Golden was born in Jamaica. So by birth and by right, he has the right. Don't care what kind of paper him travel upon or book him travel on. By birth and by birthright, he's a true full-bred, full-blooded Jamaican who has come forward to serve his country. So wherever the Jamaican is across the world, you have that right. So I looked at it and, for what it is, and I think the government is being hypocritical. You can't say to the diaspora, send your money, come here, but at the end of the day, we are not going to allow you to participate in the democracy of the country, and we are not going to allow you to participate in the future of this country when your birthright gives you the opportunity and affords you the opportunity by right and by blood right to serve your country. So I just find it a lot of BS. I want every Jamaican to participate in this country. I don't care where you are and which passport you hold. Come participate in your country. Simple.
Well said. And as it relates to the gangs?
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're waiting for the second part of the question.
Okay, so the second part of the question, I'll say to you, is only a change can bring a change. Only a change can bring a change. I entered politics in 2000. I entered politics in the early 2000s. I have never had the experience to meet or to align with any gang. I think the PNP that I have seen, is one that have opened up itself for criticism, one, and two is has allowed itself to reform from whatever it sees in the past that would affect it going in the future. So I don't want to look backward. I want to look forward in terms of what are the solutions now to fix the crime problem that we have, and who's going to be at the forefront in terms of fixing the problems that we face in terms of crime going forward. I've heard what you have said about gangs before, and I've asked the question myself at times, and I've never gotten anything conclusive about it. So I don't think I'm the best person to speak about it. I can only speak about my experience in the People's National Party, and it is one that wherever crime is in this country, we have to try our best and root it out. One, we have to create a safe environment for our people and our citizens to prosper, to walk freely, to live freely in your own country. So that's the PNP I'm experienced with, and that's the PNP that I can talk about. So forgive me, historically, I might not know a lot of these things, but I can tell you in looking forward, it is only the People's National Party under Mark Golden that can solve the crime problem within this country. I think the gang legislation which have come before Parliament, the PNP has participated and has played its role as a national party in this country in ensuring that whatever those legislation are, it speaks to eliminating the gang formation, gang activity in this country. So I'm happy that my party and the president of the party, being the Minister of Justice at the time, played an effective role in writing a lot of these legislation in terms of curbing gang violence in this country and the explosion of it. So that's the PNP I know, but I just want to be genuine in my own thought process and saying that's the one I know. I'm not used to any other one. And the one I see going forward is one that has played an effective role in the parliamentary democracy of this country in terms of trying to curb it or cut it out totally.
Thank you. Panelists? Question from Mr. Hayes.
On how you're going to resolve that issue down there, because it's serious down that side. I don't think Mr. Hales is hearing me.
I heard your question. I think it can be answered in two folds. I think one is the demographic that is committing most of the crime now are young people. And it's normally reprisal killing also that is playing a role there. You have to create opportunities for young people. It can be that we in a country, St. Elizabeth, a lot of young people do farming in St. Elizabeth. But government does not incentivize farming in bringing more youngsters into farming. I mean, we have a lot of idle lands in St. Elizabeth that is owned by government. And if you go up the hill in Manchester, mined out lands that farmers need to farm. But the red tape in getting those lands to farm is not readily available, and it's causing some problems. So I think if you can create opportunity, and I'll go back to training. If you can train the young people, carpentry, plumbing, because that will never, I mean, young people in Jamaica would be surprised what a carpenter and a plumber makes in America. 6-figure salary. So if you can train our people here to take up these jobs, and outside of that is P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, always speak to values and attitude. Within our school, values are lacking. And within our school, the attitude is lacking too. And the attitude is not one that to boast or to be prideful about. It's one that does encourage us as a country in terms of where we want to go. So I think you have to bring back values and attitudes within our school. It has to be a part of the curriculum. And it has to be a part you have to bring in terms of, in terms of where we're coming from as a people. Because a lot of time we don't speak to where we're coming from. We speak to where we're going. And we do it in such a way where we speak over some of our people head, because some is better than some, and you have the haves and you have the have-nots. So different rules and different things for different people. So when I look at it, if you can come with values and attitudes, I would say probably from 9th grade or 8th grade, you come with values and attitude. What it means to be a young man, what it means to be a young lady, what society expects of you, what your parents expect of you, what are the necessary discipline that has to be enforced as a society, that and what we expect from you being a member of this society. So I think once you bring that in, you bring in the training from the standpoint, you bring in trade, and you create avenues for higher learning in this country. A lot of kids get turned down because of the Student Loan Bureau. A lot of kids get turned down who have the ability, who have the 12 and the 14 subjects to go to university to be a doctor. But a lot of times the parents can't afford it. I think government has to relax some of the requirements and make we push every student that we can push at the university level to go into university. It can't be that funding going to stop you when you have the grades and you play by the rules up until 11th or 12th grade in school, and it's no time. You have to go home, stay home, or every day you're in the middle of your hand middle, rubbing out your hand middle. It can't be that. We're better than that. So from that standpoint, if we can do the I'm looking for with civil society also being at the forefront, I think we can make some changes in the country.
I never have to stand up for him that night that the mosquito them never knock him over.
I don't know where that's coming from, but while Mr. Hills is coming back, I want to say something. Somebody in the chat said that he ran because of I said he had run away from. No, I did not say that. So please, next time you guys are listening, please listen carefully. I said that I don't think it's a fair question, and that was what I was saying for him to answer. And I think I know why I said that. But some people just want to infuse certain things. You just have to be careful when we're listening. We listen well. I think he answered the question well, personally, and I just wanted to say that yes, Jeffrey. What?
Mr. President, can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir Hayes, welcome to the program. Nice talking to you again. If you become the Minister of Water, and I know I'd asked you this question before, what is your plan to distribute water through the length and breadth of Jamaica?
Well, the first thing you have to do is, on day one, you have to create linkages. So you have some parishes that have excess water, and you have some that needs water. Put it simple. The first thing you have to do is create a linkages between all of the water treatment facilities across the country. There's over 200 of them. You have to create linkages. So you move from a strategy of supplying independent facilities to supplying broad-based and creating a national transmission line that is interconnected, and it allows you to shift water around, to move water around, because that's what we have to do. You can't be that, because I tell you, if you could link Portland, parts of St. Mary, St. Anne, straight into the Martha Brae, into Great River, you deal with all of those parishes, right back around to Westmoreland, and you take the Black River, you take Goshen, send it into the hills of St. Elizabeth, into the hills of Manchester, into the Central Plain, into Clarendon, and you're good into Kingston if you sort out the 200 wells in Kingston with the dam in Kingston. So it's not nothing hard, you know, but I don't know if it has ever been looked at in depth in terms of how do you move water around? How do you, and it has to be moved around like electricity, because most of the transmission lines in the country, when JPS, at a point, JPS could only deal with certain areas. But if you're in Westmoreland, now, you get your electricity from Paradise. But if Paradise goes down, you can get your electricity from St. Elizabeth. And that's what we have to do with water. So water cannot be at the back burner going forward, especially with climate change. It can't. So we're going to have to make a strategic decision and say, look, do we continue to facilitate the tourists with the 400 gallons of water every tourist uses every day on average? Are we going to ensure that every Jamaican can have water in their pipes for the kids to go to school, take a shower, to cook with, or to just basically take a bath with? So on day one, if you ask me, it's to create a linkage with all of our treatment facility and to ensure that the infrastructure goes in place before you grant that approval. Because the 7 million gallons of water that used to come from Lagwood every day to supply Negril, 5 million gallons of it is being taken up by the multinational hotels. Some hotels use up to 1 million gallons of water every day, while the majority of our citizens suffer in the land of wood and water. So
before we move on,
an excellent plan under the next administration of Mark Golden, and I look forward I look forward in serving this country to the best of my ability as the next Minister of Water.
Before we move on, let me take this opportunity to welcome our strategist, Mr. Herb Nelson. Herb, I know you were gainfully engaged with some other areas, spreading the message that we want a better Jamaica. So I know you have been doing other appearances, so I want to welcome Herb Nelson, everyone. Before Herb respond, I want to ask you, Ian, just to respond to your question about infrastructure. With the hilly terrain and the strong possibility for landslide and the shifting of the soil, how do you propose moving these maybe 30, 40, maybe let's say 3 to 4 inches of pipe, not pipe, feet, 3 to 4 feet of big pipes that's going to be bringing all these water to interconnect these treatment plants? I think you said there are several hundred treatment plants. So we're talking about a decade worth of infrastructure project if you're going to lay pipes. Yeah, I mean, hundreds of miles of pipe throughout the country. How would you think how do you plan to mitigate the challenges, the logistics challenges of the terrain, of the hilly terrain of Jamaica to achieve such lustrous goal?
Well, you're allowing me now to help the government out in terms of a strategic part of going forward. But look, we have a corridor across this country already, and it's called the highway. And if you bring a transmission line, if you take a transmission line out of Portland, if you take one out of St. Ann, and if you take one out of the Martha Brae into the Great River, 4 transmission lines running parallel to the highway, you solve a lot of problems. So just as how you're cutting the time for traffic to go across the country, to create efficiency and to ensure that you can get 1 or 2% extra GDP growth, it's the same thing you're going to do with water. So if you create a highway for water on the highway that is presently there, you solve a lot of the problem. But I don't want to give away too much of what the plan is. But I'll just say to you, if you can bring the water on the flat, and most of the water is on the flat already, what we haven't been able to do over the years is to ensure that we can put the transmission line on many of our road network on the highway to bring it from Portland into St. Mary, St. Mary into St. Ann, St. Ann into Trelawney, and into St. James. If you can do that, you take care of at least 6 to 7 parishes. If you take the Black River and Goshen, you deal with all of Manchester and you deal with all of St. Elizabeth. The Central Plains in St. Catherine can be dealt with on the flat also. We all know where the water is. Secondly, and you deal with the wells in Kingston, that means you dealt with the 14 parishes. Outside of that though, as I said to you, you have the National Irrigation Commission that gives farmers water. You have the rural water people that deal with mechanical repairs, engineering, and a lot of different things. You have parish council that deals with minor water supply. And you have NWC, which deals with water too. The 4 entities I just told you about, to create greater efficiency to serve the people across this country, you're going to have to merge them together. You're going to have to do it in terms of there is no need to have 4 independent authorities that is doing the job to get the people of this country water, and they don't sit down at a table once a month. I mean, it boggles the mind. So we have to do that. Those are some of the things we have to do if we're thinking about developing this country going forward. We're going to have to do those things.
Well said. Herb?
Yes, thank you, Prezi. Mr. Hales, welcome. I'm listening to the conversation, and you seem to have a mapping in your head that you don't want to fully disclose. But the little bit of research I did tells us that Jamaica's rivers and aquifers are more than adequate to supply water to the entire country. The problem is the delivery systems, the structures to move the water around the island, which you're alluding to a while ago, need to follow a certain highway. Either it's going to be linked to our highways, which, of course, if we have the mountain ranges, John Crow and Blue Mountains with cockpit country down the center of the island, right? So if we're looking at providing the water, then we have to somehow bypass the fact that the mountain is there and go through the mountain. and send water from one side of the island to the next. Right? Now, if we are to do that, the areas that we have not even looked at is something familiar to the Cubans and to other, maybe one or two other Caribbean islands, and that's the question of the ocean, the Caribbean Sea, converting seawater to bring it in. Now, if we're able to convert seawater and bring that in, we should be able to do that to irrigate all our farms and to have more than adequate irrigation for growth. And then you could come up with a plan to move the water from the tributaries and the rivers for drinking, for household purposes, for bathing, drinking, and cooking. Does that make any sense? That we have two variable sources that ensures more than enough water is coming into the various residences, farms, factories, and other areas of Jamaica?
Well, I'll say this to you, and I'll answer you in the simplest way that I can. Each day in this country, 7 days a week, we send almost 500 million gallons of water to the ocean. Every single day in this country of wood and water, we send almost 500 million, 500 million gallons of water to the ocean. It would be hard pressed for me to say to you that I'm going to send out 500 billion every day, 500 million every day, just to take in 500 million of seawater. So I've heard the argument over and over. If I wasn't sending the greater portion of water in this country to the ocean, because we send more to the ocean than what we use. If I wasn't sending that amount to the ocean, then I would entertain the argument that we need to tap into the ocean to deal with some of the issues that we face. But we are sending more to the ocean daily than what we use, A, and B, what we would need to use in the future. The problem is transmission. How you transmit, how you send it from one place. That's what it comes down to. So I wouldn't take it, I wouldn't trouble the ocean. I wouldn't mess with the ocean just yet. I would try to capture at least 10 or 20% from what I'm sending to the ocean every day in terms of increasing productivity and increase in terms of ensuring that within the next 5 or 10 years in Jamaica, we start reducing the amount of, the government has said that it is 15 or 18% doesn't have potable pipe water. I would want to ensure that we can take back some of that and reduce that figure yearly before I start taking from the ocean.
Are you saying then if we had an adequate drainage system that could channel the water to a central catch or a variety of catchment areas, that we could capture that water instead of allowing it to run off to the ocean and go to
Yes,
waste?
that's what I'm saying. We have to capture it.
Yeah. Dr. Jackson, you've been a little quiet.
No, because I just think Mr. A's has been echoing what the research team have seen. I know Mr. Herb wasn't on earlier during the presentation, but some of the points that he just made, we had discussed earlier. And I do think Mr. Hayes is keeping a lot close to his chest, and completely understand why he would need to do so, considering at the moment he is a part of the opposition party. But I think at the end of the day, we can all agree that something needs to be done with water in Jamaica. It's definitely not for a lack of water, but it's for the infrastructure that we have. And whoever the party is that's in power, it really shouldn't come down. I saw someone put something in there that this is a PNP conference. It's not a PNP conference. It's about what's right for the people of Jamaica and what's right for the diaspora. And I just hope that persons will take that into consideration, that as we're making and having conversation and giving suggestions, you know, persons on both sides of the aisle need to listen to those and see what can be implemented for a better Jamaica. And that's how you build brand Jamaica.
Thank you. Before I bring Will in, Mr. Yales, do you have any opinion on the Rio Cobre water treatment plant in Content, St. Catherine?
The Rio Cobre supplies a lot of the water that goes into Kingston, and it also supplies a lot of the national irrigation water for the plains of St. Catherine in terms of the farming community. So you have both tributaries, you have both entities using basically the same source. And again, that's why I speak and I say, you know what, it needs to be one organization dealing with water in this country. But the source is there. It's still a great source. There is still millions of gallons that can be taken from it without disturbing the river and the environment. So from that standpoint, the Rio Cobre has been a blessing to the people of Jamaica, the city
I
of
was
Kingston.
speaking specifically of the groundbreaking from the treatment plant that this administration groundbreak on March 14, 2019, and recently had a French company, which is the people who are building this in conjunction with NWC. I think they're called Vinci Construction. I was specifically speaking about that project with Vinci.
I don't know much about that project. I know Vinci has worked with both administration as a contractor out of France. I think the only thing I'll say to that is that it is supposed to bring more water to the people of Jamaica, and anything that brings water to the people of Jamaica, I'm happy for. My only disappointment is that we don't have as much, or even if we do, our local contractors that are Jamaicans, and I don't, you know, I'm Jamaica first, and I'm Jamaican first. Our local contractors seems to is put on the back burner a lot of times when these major projects are taking place in the country, one, and also that a lot of times these multinational companies will get the contract and then subcontract our local contractors and give them peanuts from the total value of the contract. So as I said, look, I'm not going to criticize it. I'll criticize it that I'd hope that more Jamaican contractors would be involved, or they would start getting a fair shake in terms of the project that we fund as Jamaica, because I think if you look at any country in the world, most countries give their citizens and their contractor preferential treatment. And I think it's something we have to adhere to in this country and ensure that we can put our people first. So from that standpoint, I have some concerns about it, but I don't want to go too much into that one.
Ratty?
Yes. Styles, I have three quick questions. One of them is from a viewer. two of them are mine. The first one is we have a doctor who's in charge of national security. We have a marketing expert who's in charge of health. We have a finance expert who's in charge of education. We have a PR professional who's in charge of works. We have a statistician, mathematician who's in charge of finance. We have a former athlete who was a junior minister in health and is now the junior minister in national security. What we're seeing here is a pattern and practice of trying to fit square pegs in round holes. You have said that you look forward to being the next minister in charge of water. You've been the junior spokesperson on water issues, and now you are the spokesperson on water issues. Now we know that because somebody is the spokesperson on a particular topic, subject area, doesn't mean that should the party be successful, that person would automatically become the minister. Would it be a mistake, given everything I've just said, would it be a mistake should the PNP win and Mark Golding decide to put you elsewhere?
Look, it's always the prerogative of the Prime Minister to place capable individuals within different ministry. Luckily for me, I've had first-hand experience what it takes to be in the Ministry of Water and how to work with people and how to have clear understanding, clear objective, create synergies between departments, and at the end of the day, clear strategies that the people of Jamaica will respond to, and at the end of the day also that in terms of deliverables, you can be judged on your deliverables. So that's what I take as somebody who has lived in the States for a long time and somebody who in terms of myself, who I think I'm capable from that standpoint. But as you just mentioned, with all of those different persons on the other side, Granny would say, what a pricky. And say everywhere you turn, Makajuki on this one. But I think the thing with Mark Golding is if you look at, for example, Dr. Dawes, who is not a doctor on paper, but a doctor who has worked in medicine and has served patients across this country. He's the shadow spokesperson on health. If you look at Dr. Dayton Campbell, he's from a farming community, has engaged the agricultural sector as the opposition spokesperson on agriculture. If you looked at Peter Bunting, former national security minister, and he's still there as opposition spokesperson at security. So driven by experience and a knowledge of what it will entails and takes to fight crime this time around. If you look at Natalie Nita Headley, somebody that has been a labor specialist for a long time in her life. She's a spokesperson, I think, on local government. I think if you look at, for example, Wavell Hines in sports, he has been involved in sports in terms of being a cricketer. So I think the strategy of Mark Golding is to put people in place that have the experience and not put people in place who is as you would say a while ago, somebody who is a PR professional, a sprinter in security, because we're still not getting any speed in security, even though you put a sprinter over there. So I think the strategy of Mark Golding though is to match people with experience who have been tested over a period of time and who can execute on behalf of the Jamaican people.
Right. No, I was only asking the question because I think based on your experience, based on your passion, based on your commitment, I think most persons listening tonight to you, whether they've listened to you before or for the first time, they should be convinced that you would be the right person to handle that portfolio. And so the question was, what if, for whatever reason, they're sending you somewhere else? But I'll settle with your answer. The second question quickly is, a listener was asking about the code of conduct that the government has refused to sign. What's your take on that? And the last question is, which is kind of tied into this, is assuming for now you are the minister with the water portfolio, how do you go about addressing the mass corruption we're seeing all over the place? How would you go about addressing it in your portfolio?
Well, as someone who have been before the contractor general before, and I still maintain my innocence, is I'm not going to say that there isn't corruption in our country, and I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say that I haven't been investigated for a development that was taking place with family members. So I'm not going to go around that and beat around the bush. I still maintain my innocence, and I await one day soon to be fully cleared. And I know I will be cleared, because as the report clearly states that on page 202 that there was nothing that Ian Hales did. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite, but I think corruption stifles the growth of this country, and it's something that has to be fixed. And Mark Golding administration, Mark Golding himself, has spoken to a zero tolerance in terms of corruption, and I'm fully in support of that. I think too, in terms of the code of conduct, I think we all should sign the code of conduct, because we have to conduct ourselves, not just as individuals, but representing our people and all our people. Outside of that, in terms of, I think your other question in terms of if Mark Golding should put me somewhere else, I'd perform for this country with every bit of energy that I can find. But I hope it's water, because I think I can make a difference there in terms of my country, my party, and my next prime minister.
Just quickly said, on a personal note, based on everything I've heard, and you can only judge a man by, what you hear coming especially out of that person's mouth, and you have a gut feeling about him. Wherever they decide to put you, and I hope they put you in water, but wherever they decide to put you, I'm supremely confident that you're going to be successful. Thank you, sir.
All right.
I want to thank you, and I want to thank every Jamaican that's listening tonight. It is your country. Let's put our hands and hearts together, and let us serve our people, and let us serve each other, and let us love each other more. And in the words of Bob Marley and the words of Michael Manley, the word is love. God bless you all.
Before you take off, Mr. Hales, we got some questions from a caller. Can you take a question from a caller? Caller, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Can you hear me?
Good night.
Yeah, good night. Mr. Ian, how you doing, sir? No, this question is more to Rattigan and Mr. Ian. So no, what I'm discovering is that they're saying that this show now is as the PMP affiliated with PMP. So my question now to Mr. Ian there, since you're a big hitter, right? PMP, People's National Party, right? Would you agree to some of the terms of the real diaspora? With Rattigan stands on Jamaica, where they want more voting rights. They want to be able to vote from wherever you are, once you're Jamaican, right? And also creating a ministry of a diaspora ministry. Would that be something feasible in the PNP party?
All right, caller, hold on.
I think our manifesto will speak to that. I'm quite sure. And as I said before, as someone who has been a Jamaican living abroad, I'm for Jamaicans abroad. I mean, I watched the South African election a couple of weeks ago, and I saw the South Africans lined up in England, in the United States, voting in their country. I think Jamaicans ought to have that also. I think every Jamaican, I don't care where you is in the world, if you want to cast a ballot for the future of your country, it's your birthright to do so. And I don't think no man on earth, other than God, should take that away from you. That's just my personal feeling.
Mr. Hayes, before you go,
Perfect.
one last caller.
Oh,
Rattigan.
right, good.
A caller, go ahead. Thank you so much for your patience. You're live with Mr. Hayes and Rattigan.
Yeah, that's me, Michael.
Yes, Michael, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
All right, good. I listened to the program you sent me last night, the final day of the conference. Man, that got me stoked. I learned so much information, and I'm excited to be a part of trying to make a difference in my country, Jamaica. And I want to start in sports because that's where my strongest. Hello?
Go ahead, we're listening.
Okay, yeah. I want to start in sports because that's where I'm strongest in doing sports. I'm not a politician or professor, but basketball is where I can make a difference in youth life. So I want to go back to Jamaica and start, in early childhood or, beginning basketball for the kids in communities that doesn't have basketball, start out in Manchester and teaches basketball, not only for basketball, but also, get kids off the street and give them something to look forward to in the afternoon, in the after school program.
I think that's a very noble thing, and I'm sure Mr. Hayes, Rattigan, and everyone would welcome such a noble thing. Isn't that true, Ratty?
Yes, indeed. Before Mr. Hales goes, let me just clear up, because I've heard it now about 2 times since we started tonight, that this is a PNP program or a PNP slanted program. Let me be unequivocal. Let me be absolutely clear in advising everyone that before we started the conference, I personally reached out to members of the Jamaica Labour Party. I reached out to a very prominent member of the Jamaica Labour Party, and I invited him and I invited others. And the retort was, you go ahead and have your conference. We will have our conference. In fact, I even said, how about having a blended conference? Let's do it together. And the response was, no, we don't want to have any conference with you. You have your conference, we will have our conference. I even went as far as to say, why don't you invite us to your conference to speak to your conference? Because it's a diaspora conference. And again, I was told no, because the whole purpose of it was to see where we could have a meeting of the minds. Because at the end of the day, we're all one. We're Jamaicans. Forget about party and colors. We are Jamaicans first. We were born Jamaicans, right? And because of family, our philosophy or whatever, we chose different paths. Now, we tried to get a meeting of the minds, and I was told that, listen, we don't want to meet with you right now because there's too much tension. So what will happen is, after you've had your conference, after we've had our conference, maybe somewhere down the road, we can meet and we can discuss coming together, a meeting of the minds, so to speak. But here is something that came out. I'm going to read you something that came out just today. Here it is. It says, there's a headline, and it says, the government has no plans to engage with breakaway diaspora faction. It says, Nationwide is reporting that Foreign Affairs Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith says the Holness government has no intention at this time to engage the breakaway faction of the Jamaica diaspora. The faction which also uses the title of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. has been engaging in a series of protests against the JLP administration at various locations in the diaspora. And it goes on to say it's headed by Dr. Rupert Francis, so on and so forth. But this is what I'm talking about. We have reached out to them. We have reached out to them about, and in fact, there was a misinterpretation of what was written in one of the newspapers, because I actually reached out again to a government official, and we had a discussion about having a meeting where we could put our cards on the table and we could end, whatever the dispute is that we have with the government. We could do that. And that person said to me, okay, let me talk to some people and I'll get back to you. To date, that person has not gotten back to me, but it was reported in the Gleaner as if to say, and it's probably a misinterpretation, that we had a meeting with them. We never had a meeting with them. We had a telephone discussion about having a meeting. So there you have it. This is not a PNP conference. We invite them, and they've said, no, go ahead, have your conference. We will have our conference, and maybe sometime, somewhere down the road, we can talk. And then today they said, we have no interest in meeting with you. So I hope that will put this thing to rest, that this is a PNP, because I'm not going to comment on it again. Thank you.
Mr. Hayes, your final thoughts before you take off, sir. Mr. Hayes, your final thought, your closing remarks.
As I said before, I want to. Politics have a way at times of seeping into. Politics have a way at times of seeping into the national dialogue, and it's okay at times, but I'm happy to play a part here as a Jamaican, and secondly as someone who wants to see my country exceed and just be overall a place to raise family and to do business. And as I would say, you can't disengage in the process, because the process is always there, and we disagree to agree, and government feet should always be held to the fire. And when the opposition win, same thing also. But I can honestly say that it's your birthright, it's your country, wherever you are in the world. Stay fit. God bless you all. Come back home soon and continue to play that effective role in all of us, working hands in heart and ensure that we can make Jamaica a better place for each and every one of us. God bless you. Have a good weekend wherever it takes each and every one of you. The word is love. Respect.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Ian Ailes, and we appreciate him gracing us with his presence here at the Diaspora Conference. And we thank Mr. Ailes for his contribution to the civic development and playing a part. This man gave up his U.S. citizenship, to play a part in politics. I think that is very noble, and I do think that it's very interesting, and someone who had to make that sacrifice kind of understand how important having a U.S. citizenship or some citizenship in a first world country is, but yet still to serve his country, gave it up. So for that, I commend him. I want to make this absolutely clear to anyone out there who may have any kind of opinion about PNP or JLP. Me not have no dog in a no fight. I owe no obligation to no party, and I have no party affiliation, whether in the US nor Jamaica. I'm a righteous man, and at the most I me praise. So I just want to make sure, for me, I can say that categorically, unapologetically, in front of anybody, anytime, anywhere. I have no political affiliation or interest in any political affiliation. We do need representative politics. We need politicians. We need legislators. You cannot have an orderly society without people who are serving. So no matter what you do, your politics involve your life, and your life revolves around politics. So we have to discuss the issue. and we have to make our opinions be heard. So for those of you who, and I understand, I promise you, because pretty much, you know, the people who came on seem to be one side, and then it's falling into the narrative of some of the detractors, and I get that. But here's the deal. People were invited. They were invited, and they refused that. They want to have absolutely nothing to do with first the Dirty 30, and then the New York 350, and then the Washington, D.C. bunch. So they literally don't have nothing to do with you, because I really you, them don't want nothing to do with. But I'm telling you this, we're going to accept anybody who would come and talk to you. And all of you have the very same consensus. Every one of you who have attended this conference for these last 6 days said the very, very same thing. It is one of the most educational conferences you have ever been. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to let, because somebody has said, oh, no, PMP, or oh, no, this, or oh, no, that, we're going to make us stop. I'm mad, you mad. So with that said, me know a bedtime now, because Dr. Francis gone about 3 hours now for him sleeping already. And he wake up and down in a herb. So with that, me done that, so. So I'm going to pass the mic around and let this great panel do a few. Dr. Francis, you want to go first so we can make it
Ladies first, man.
Yes,
Beauty before, please. All right, go ahead, Dr. John.
No, I want.
Hey, copyright, Jeffrey, copyright.
Honor me.
I think that's the sentiment of what we've experienced these past 6 days. We are very much Jamaicans, very much in this for Jamaica, for the love of Jamaica. And really great conference, very educational. I've learned so much myself. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Indeed. Yes.
And I just want to say that this conference has been an enlightening conference, educational conference. The doctor and her team, I can't continue stressing this. They have educated me to a point where I never knew there's so much water things in Jamaica. And I must say thank you very much for coming on to be a part of this, to do the research that you did. And I just want to leave with one thing. I know Mr. Rattigan, we're going to love this one.
Do you hear what the Prime Minister said? Don't be trouble Zion.
And that's what I want to say. Have a great night, everyone. It's been a pleasure being here. Have a good night. See you all tomorrow. God bless.
Oh, you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead, Herbalist.
Look, folks, I appreciate our team. Just by our association, we have gotten about 100 miles out of each other, and some of you have gone even more than that this week. We've learned a lot from our guests. We know that we have a lot of smart people in the diaspora, and we know that folks who speak truthfully, forcefully, and have made themselves known to the rest of the country. It's now high time for the country to give you your dues and recognize you, that you are in fact keeping the flag of Jamaica raised high, keeping the standards in Jamaica raised high, while we have what you call a bunch of worthless, shiftless, lying, scheming people that are in the Jamaican government that need to be arrested, tried, and put in the general penitentiary for some of the things that they've been doing that have denied Jamaicans the quality of life that they deserve. And you note I didn't say investigated, because investigations are all out there. They're doing things in a barefaced, bold-faced manner, and they need to go, people. And hopefully they can call elections early enough to send them on their merry way. Whether we are GLP, PNP, UIC, or whatever CP you want to call us, we have a vote and we need to use it. And we need to use it and send some of these lying, conniving, stealing bastards on their way out the door, because that's where they belong. Out the door and in the junk heap someplace. I cannot get over listening to the fact that we have 2 DPPs, that the prosecution of the Prime Minister and his wife are being stalled because there are no DPP to charge them for failure to present to the Integrity Commission an adequate listing of how you achieve your wealth, and that you expect the rest of Jamaica to be truthful and honest in their tax declarations and also in their Integrity Commission declarations. You can't have it both ways, people. And now you're scheming to have the Integrity Commission filings go to the Oversight Committee for the Integrity Commission. So that way you can argue with the Integrity Commission if what they have adjudicated was properly adjudicated. I mean, things have just gone from bad to worse, people. That's the most sophisticated form of malfeasance that I've ever seen. So we need to deal with the justice for the people of Jamaica and putting away these lying, stealing, cheating married couple that's been running the house and running the country. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night. And good blessings to the rest of the panel and to our audience. Thanks.
Thank you, Herb T. And the goodly doctor.
First of all, I want to thank everyone. Thank the people who are listening in. I want to thank everyone on the panel. Yes, you too, Jeffrey, and especially Nakisha, who is, who's representing people out there. Certainly, Mr. Prezi and Brother Rattigan, for all the things that they've done this evening and for the past few days. Man, you have kept me up for many evenings. But I want to just leave 3 small things with you. I was a scout, Queen Scout, you call them, whatever kind of scout now, but I learned these words: trusty, loyal, helpful, brotherly, courteous, kind, obedient, smiling, thrifty, clean in thought, word, and mind. No, I never kept all of them, especially the last one, I'm sure, but I kept most of them. And that's the important thing when you're into. Next thing I want to share with you: you shall pass through this world but once. What good you can do, do it now. Do not defer nor neglect, because you will not pass through this world again. Okay? So I want people to understand that whatever good you can do it now. Do not wait. As Ratty says, it is now. It's not for the future, but it's for whatever we can do for our country, because we love our country. And finally, we must lead by example. Exemplo ducimus. If we do not lead by example, then we should not lead at all. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The guests and the people and please remember to subscribe to the LJDF Fund, and also to continue to share, like, these programs. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Great job. Great job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rupert. And to our fearless leader, taking it to them, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan.
Let me just start out by thanking Mr. Hales and Reverend Blake. Now you see the value of this kind of a conference where you bring people on and you ask the hard questions and you listen to their responses and you make a judgment, as opposed to a politician getting up there and just saying words flowing like a string of pearls, and then you don't even get to ask any questions and you get a couple selfies and then that's the end of that. So I just want to thank them for taking time out of their big busy schedules to be with us. And let me just repeat something that I've said, and I'll continue to say it. As a government, if you're planning for a year, you plant rice. For 10 years, you plant trees. But if you're planning for generations, you plant the seed of education. And we're not government, but that's what we're doing. That's what we're attempting to do around here. We're planting the seed of education, because for far too long, our people have been miseducated, and we have some people who are undereducated, and we have some who are uneducated. Our role, our goal, our objective is to bring all of those people under the tent of education so that they can become informed citizens and informed voters. Tomorrow night, we're going to wrap up this conference, and I see where people are saying it was great, they've learned a lot. By the way, thanks to all of you for your support and your encouragement. All of you in the chat, all of you who have hit me up, on my personal line, all of you. Want to thank all of you, including those who disagree with us, but they continue to watch and support us, because by watching, you're also supporting us. Want to thank you. And it's not a conference of exclusion. We've invited people to make their points, because at the end of the day, this is like one big family sitting around the table, and we're just talking about issues, how we can, we're identifying issues and talking about how we can resolve them. Tomorrow night, the final segment of our conference, we will be having a presentation on advocacy, transparency, and integrity. Those words are like kryptonite to the government. They're very fearful of those three words. And we're also going to hear about national security. Now, as you know, the biggest impediment to Jamaica's development is the absence of national security, the crime rate. We heard a few days ago from Professor Anthony Clayton, an outstanding presentation, but he gave it from the perspective of an academic and also from the perspective of a consultant. And his presentation was well received. Well, tomorrow we're going to hear about national security from the administrative viewpoint, a management viewpoint. How do you put the pieces together? How do you put a plan together to prevent things from happening? Because the idea of crime fighting, for me, it's not only about reactive crime fighting, it's also about proactive crime fighting and also predictive crime fighting, which is where Herb comes in with his intelligence background. So I want to thank all of you again. It's been my pleasure and my privilege to sit here every night and to listen to you and to give you from my heart, my soul, and my mind everything that I have, and also to get from you the same things. It's a reciprocal arrangement. Around here, teaching, learning, it's not one way. We are also learning from the chat. We're also learning from the phone calls. We're learning from the text messages. I want to urge you to continue. Tomorrow we're going to start at 3, and then we'll go on. And I hope that once the conference is over, you won't abandon us. You will continue to support us, because we've got many more miles to cover on this road. We have meetings with politicians. We have background investigations to be completed. We have protests. We have a lot of things going on. So continue to support us. We love you. Thank you.
Excellent, Ratty. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being the best part of day 6 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Let me tell you this, your participation have created history. This is our first virtual biennial diaspora conference. Yes, 6 days so far. And tomorrow, we're going to put the icing on the cake. So during the regular period for a reason with Rattigan, we will be having our final conference day. Please join us 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Jamaican time tomorrow. I would like to close with a word of prayer and then our national anthem. Before we close, I would like to extend one more time a special condolences to Omar on the loss of his father. And our heart goes out to you, my brother. And I can imagine how hard and difficult it is for your family to be going through such a hard time. So heartfelt condolences to you, my brother. And I pray that the peace and the grace and the blessings of the Lord will be upon you and your family. Stay strong. You are loved. Let us pray. Father, we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus for tonight's service, our tonight program. We ask you that you will help us as we conclude. There were many things discussed, but we pray that you will help us to draw the best ideas so we can bring forth a more prosperous and a just society. Help the elected leaders on both sides, and may the country we all love grow to become better and stronger than it has ever been. We pray as we've looked at the water situation, this abundant resource that you have given us. We ask you, Lord, that you'll give us the wisdom to manage it. This great country that we have. And in the future ahead, where global warming and climate change is a factor, may we protect this great piece of land you have given us, so that our children, grandchildren, and generations to come will have a good environment to grow and to live in. May we not destroy, and may we not allow it to go to waste. Help us as we continue to grow as a country and as a people. We tell you thanks in Jesus' name. Amen. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. If you would be so kind as we say the national anthem. Team, peace out, maximum respect. 3 p.m. tomorrow, Reason with the Ratty. Are you doing the night program tomorrow night, Will? You know you need to sleep though, right? After so long. You're doing the night show too? Are you asleep tomorrow? Yeah, sleep. All right, sleep. Dr. Nashika, thank you so much. Super Herb, man, you're making so many media appearances, man. You're a celebrity, bro. I love you, man. Make we talk. Big up yourself. Dr. Francis, what you dream about when the program did that go on? Hey, Jeffy, easy. Love the trouble. National anthem, everybody.
That's it.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil paths. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 We know.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. You